From Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, this is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's a live look. Horses warming up for the first race of the afternoon. Post time 4 minutes. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, all set for a brand new week of thoroughbred racing, Belmont at the Big A. As you just saw, getting closer and closer to post time for the first race. But first, let's take a look at today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. All 9 races right here on Fox Sports 2. Early Pick 5 gets started in the opener. Pick 6 starts in the 4th, and the featured event, Race 8, allowance race on grass with an eye on inbound weather. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Not a lot of time to mess around, my friend. Horses on the track. What'd you come up with in the first?
Just quickly on the weather, the 8th and 9th, they took the MTOs out. They're scratched. So I think we're optimistic that we'll be able to run all the race in the turf today. So that's kind of good to hear. Hopefully that'll continue. I can't get past the 2 favorites in the first race. The 2 in traffic, I don't think should be the favorite. I think the 7 should be Free Chickens. It's close between the 2, but I prefer Free Chickens, who probably shouldn't have been running in the turf. I'm going to use those 2 horses primarily. I want to get live in the double, number 7, My Sweet Wife, in race number 2.
Andy's early double, and there is Free Chickens, Manny Franco aboard. Intimidating name. We thought the one to beat going in, Andy. Trained by Rudy Rodriguez. What do the stats tell us about Rodriguez with layoff runners in dirt maiden races?
No, that's actually the number 2 horse that in traffic. That's Rudy Rodriguez. This is George Abreu, and I think he made a mistake running this horse on the turf. Is it Free Chickens because they're advocating freeing chickens, or they're offering chickens for free?
No, I think advocating freeing chickens.
I think we'll see what Richie thinks. He can be the rubber.
There's the trainer stat within traffic for Rudy Rodriguez.
Rodriguez has reasonable numbers. This is 6 to 12 month layoffs, basically, with turf sprinters in maiden races. But with maidens, for whatever reason, maybe it's a bit random. And keep in mind, these are horses that we're paying on average around $4, and this horse isn't quite as short. Ran second last time to a horse Tweaked, and my concern is now. In traffic could be the speed, depending on how aggressive Heman Harkey is with Arduously inside of her. My concern is this came up a pretty fast fig. And Tweaked, who won the race, was a first-time starter by Roboto that really never ran close to running that figure again. Now, listen, we see that with first-time starters sometimes, right? They'll run really, you'll see it at a high level, a horse who runs a really big number and never gets back to it. So maybe it was a bit aberrant, and the winner's just one of those horses that kind of exploded first time. We'll see. Don't really love layoffs, don't love layoffs at short prices, but I think in traffic's very logical, along with Free Chickens. If there's somebody clever in here, maybe Big Bean Christine on the outside, but even she's only 5 to 1.
2 minutes out, a minute out. And in case you haven't signed up, invitation still stands. The incentive, NYRABets.com. And when you do so, use that promo code MATCH200. Get up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. As we welcome in the 3rd member of our broadcast team, Richie Migliore, standing by front side. Richie, welcome to the show. What are you noticing from this field as they get set to load for race 2?
Well, it feels like, Lafitte, it's a 2-horse race on paper, and watching these horses warm up, it looks like a 2-horse pace from a physical perspective. The 2 in traffic ran well way back in December of 2021, showed good speed that day, takes a drop in class house for maiden 40, and she looks sharp, she looks good. She gets Jose Gomez, who actually had a good day yesterday over at Parks. He's over 125 wins now in the year, and looks like he's leading the rest of the apprentices on a merry chase for that coveted Eclipse Award. All these young people trying so hard to achieve that goal. And in traffic looks good, but the 7, Free Chickens, I mean, couldn't look better. Very, very sharp. Love the warm-up under Manny Franco. And I don't know, guys, it's a hunch, right? I was in traffic getting here from the farm. I have free-range chickens at the farm, and anybody's welcome to come to the farm and take a few chickens for free. So it's all about Free Chickens after I got out of traffic.
Like, who needs to handicap when you have that type of hunch plays?
I'm just really concerned with the whole name thing, and I'm deciding it's definitely they're offering Free Chickens. You know, it looks to me like Free Chickens is one of these horses that I don't know why they decided to run the horse in the turf. I'm not saying the horse is outstanding on the dirt, but really is more of a dirt horse.
This one on dirt And you know better to ask. Of course, the Naira Bet Showdown is going down. Play against your friends, fellow fans with the Showdown. Free to enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at naira.com/showdown. $20,000 maiden claimers, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Start of the pick 5 here. 7 to 5. Free chickens. Is this what you thought the wagering would look like in traffic, the second choice, where when we first said hello was favored, now free chickens pictured 6 to 5?
Yeah, because first of all, you've got free chickens who's making a much bigger drop. Second of all, people are smart to look at the races. They realize this is a horse that's more appropriately on the dirt. So I think they're going to go to a horse that has more recency. It's pretty close between the two, but they're going to more recency with Manny Franco over in traffic with Jose Gomez. I mean, 6 to 5, 2 to 1. It might be a little bit of a gap. I think the 7 is a more likely winner, but I think it's reasonably close.
Race shape, pace, what are we looking for early?
Well, I think when you're Manny Franco, one of the reasons Manny has been as successful as he is, besides his obvious talent as a rider, is he's become much, much more aggressive. And so I think he'll know with the 7, the 2 could have a bit of a tactical advantage. So I think Manny will look to put the 7 in the race. They both should be forward.
Richie, the elements, how windy is it out there, and what kind of impact could it have on the races themselves?
Well, it's a pretty steady wind out of the south coming off of Jamaica Bay. So it's a tailwind on the backstretch, a headwind in the stretch. And it's a steady and strong enough wind, and you can look at the flags and to attest to it, that I think it could affect times a little bit. I think they might be going a little quicker than you might expect, particularly for lower level horses, because they will be aided by the wind early.
Ion, a blustery October afternoon. Belmont at the Big A, filing in for the first of 9. Free chickens, 7 to 5 at post time. John Imbrial, the voice of New York racing, with the call. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A.
And Big Bean Christine. Field of 7 set to go in the Thursday opener. And they're going 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Big Bean Christine moves in. We're set for the start. And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 2 in traffic. It's Madame Rose who shows first. Arduously now moves up the inside to take over the lead. Arduously is in front, and Madame Rose is running in second. Free Chickens on the outside, and Gracefully Wild down towards the rail. Then after the slow start in traffic is now up into 5th, followed by Big Bean Christine, and Lord Hear My Prayer trails the field in 7th. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. Couple of long shots up front. Arduously at the rail. Madame Rose is alongside. And then comes Free Chickens, who is gaining ground now from 3rd. Gracefully Wild down on the inside in 4th. Then a Big Bean Christine, who is moving up some. At the back in traffic, and Lord Hear My Prayer. They are at the top of the stretch. Gracefully Wild comes through on the inside. Free Chickens moves up on the outside. And Big Bean Christine has advanced into 3rd. Free Chickens is the leader with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Gracefully Wild down at the rail. Big Bean Christine on the outside, followed by In Traffic. It is Free Chickens with a 2-length lead as they come on for the finish, and it will be the 6 to 5 favorite, Free Chickens, to win by 2. Big Bean Christine was 2nd, and In Traffic came on for 3rd.
Al Gold's Free Chickens in the opener. Belmont at the Big A, 6 to 5 at post time with Manny Franco aboard.
And this race was completely changed at the break when the number 2 in traffic didn't get out of the gate. Once that happens, when you have a horse in traffic who needs to be forward, and the advantage theoretically over the 7 could be that she's naturally has more speed, she just loses any real chance. She actually didn't run that badly, finishing 3rd or 4th in here, but Free Chickens just got the easy stalking trip and was able to beat both the number 8, 3 being Christine, and I think it does feel like number 2 in traffic got 3rd there in traffic. Unlucky, though. Whether or not she would have won, debatable. Could have been close, though.
Take another look. What happened at the start? 7-8-2-4. Post 2 in traffic. Sluggish start here, Andy.
And I think it's very tricky to analyze what a break means, right?
Sure.
Because where the horse break, 3/4 of a length slow, it's not as though the horse lost some enormous amount of ground at the start, but what she did was tactically it changed the dynamics of the race and particularly put them in a positive way for the 7 and negative for her. So it exacerbates it. Sometimes if a deep closer gets left a little bit, it's not that big a deal. For a horse like this, at this level, in this kind of race, it really eliminated any chance that In Traffic had.
Compromised and still ran well, as you mentioned, to finish third. 7-8-2-4, Manny Franco aboard. On a live one in the second as well is Franco. Valorand, 8-5. Morning line favorite. 1 down, 8 to go on this Thursday program. Belmont at the Big A as we await prices. Let's take a look at today's main event. Race number 8. Here's the field. Allowance optional claimer. New York breds. Mile on the inner turf course. Number 2, Call Me Harry. 5-2. Morning line favorite. This was his latest. Late August Saratoga Open Company, Andy. Call Me Harry. You'll see in front and strong at 11-1.
He ran the biggest figure anybody in this race has run maybe ever, if not recently. And this was the first time, one of the first times they tried to stretch him out. The difference, though, in this race they stretched him out, and the previous ones, is they went the lead. He's a horse, even when he sprinted the turf, that was most successful when they were aggressive. I never understood what got in their heads to think of rating a horse that had this kind of speed. I know it's something that upsets both me and the MIG when they rate speed horses. And they were able to put him in the front, but they went 25, 49, and 3 on a very firm turf course. So really helped this horse win. Now, he's the controlling speed in here, but a horse like Saratoga Flash, a horse like Click Attack could be a little bit closer, and I just don't see him getting the same trip, but I can understand why some think he's way the horse to beat.
You mentioned other contenders. That's last spring, same level. Belmont, Straw into Gold, Click Attack, you saw in behind horses and ready to pounce.
If Click Attack runs his best race, he is far and away the most likely horse to beat Call Me Harry, even if Call Me Harry runs reasonably well again today, which I'm betting against. Straw into Gold, who finished a close second in this race, and this is 3 back for him and 2 back for Click Attack. Straw into Gold does what he likes to do. He finished close without winning. Now, if somebody's looking at him and saying, I think he's tailing off, I would disagree. His last race, he was 3 wide all the way around the track on a time that you needed to be saving ground on the inner turf course. So I believe that's why it was a subpar effort for him. So I think he will run better today.
Who'd you come up with?
I picked the number 5 Click Attack over the 1 Straw Gold. I also think, though, the 6 Saratoga Flash a little bit interesting in here. And the more I thought about it, I was thinking, why not pick him on top? Because he'll probably be the biggest price in this race. And I don't know how he's going to do off the claim for Natalia Lynch, who's tremendous off the claim and very clever at times. But his last race was very good, though he'd have to improve from it.
Thursday feature, 8th race, Belmont at the Big A. We'll have it for you right here on Fox Sports 2. Meanwhile, the opener, Free Chickens. No such issues at the gate. Manny Franco, as we mentioned, he'll ride the favorite in the second, Valorand. First, a trip to the winner's circle for trainer Jorge Abreu, daughter of former champion older horse, Breeders' Cup Classic winner Blame, Claiborne Stallion. Free Chickens, 440, ridden by Manny Franco, standing by with the MIG in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. And I'm here with Manny, a rider that I talk about a lot. I love the way Manny finishes on horses. Physically, one of the strongest riders in the game right now. Manny, your main competition towards the inside broke slowly, the 2-horse in traffic. Were you aware of that right off the break?
No, I mean, tell you the truth, I was trying to get my filly in a good position out of the gate. I don't realize the horse doesn't break at all. So I just, like I said, I was focused on my horse, and I put it where I wanted to be, and he got it done.
Once you're forward position on a big favorite like that, sitting in the clear, you don't worry about losing a little bit of ground. You just get him in a good, comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was so comfortable where I was. It was 3 wide, but at the same time, I have the best horse in the race, I think, and everything worked out great.
Manny, you're having a great year. This was your 150th win of this year. Is that something you keep track of?
Not really, but my main thing is, focus and just try to get the most of the opportunity that everybody gave me, and I'm glad to be on that number.
Well, congratulations. Keep it up. And he's a long way from being finished, guys. We still got a couple more months for him to keep adding to those stats.
He's humble, Richie, talented. Manny Franco and Andy, just offset, you were telling me, if there was an award for most improved jockey this year, you're looking at it.
Yeah, and I think he's saying that. I feel like it's almost insulting to him because he's been a very good rider for a long time, but I really feel that he's putting it all together this year, that he's having his best year. He's riding with more confidence. He's consistently aggressive. And he made an agent change to John Panagot, and they've been terrific together. And John has a relationship with Chad Brown, which has helped him ride a lot of horses for Chad Brown. But I also think that's helped his confidence when a trainer like Chad Brown's putting him on a lot of horses, putting him on live horses, and he's winning for him, and he's doing the right thing, and it's transferring to his other rides. I've always felt Manny was a sensational rider, but I feel this is the first year that he's just completely putting it together. And in my opinion, he's up there with the upper echelon for sure right now.
Belmont winning jockey, Travers winning jockey has won more races for Chad Brown than any other rider so far in 2022. And he's on a live one in race 2, as we mentioned. As we turn the page, Valoran not favored, overlaid, but it's early. Non-winners 3 lifetime fillies and mares, all for sale, all 2 for something. My Sweet Wife, 9 to 5 with about 20 minutes to post. When we come back, Pizza Bianca, Breeders' Cup winner, spent some time in the UK this summer, but she's back, ready to roll. Saturday in the Sands Point, owned by celebrity chef, horse owner, breeder Bobby Flay, well represented in the Saturday feature. He bred the filly, owns her course, Pizza Bianca, in the Sands Point on Saturday.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Andy carves pumpkins, picks winners. He does it all. This weekend stakes schedule. 3 stakes races, all on grass. Friday, the Glen Cove. Saturday, Grade 2 Sands Point. Sunday, the Carl Place. Let's start with the Sands Point. The name you know. Pizza Bianca, Andy, and the moment of her career thus far. Last fall's stirring win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, and what a ride, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, this was just a fabulous ride and a really exciting performance as well. You know, seeing horses make these kind of runs, she was basically dead last as they're getting ready to turn for home. Who says you can't come from far back on the turf at Del Mar? And weaving through traffic in here, she helped a little bit. They came off the rail on consumer spending. It wasn't the wrong move by Flavia Pratt, but it allowed her to have that seam to come through. And she ran spectacularly. The problem with a win like this is it kind of puts her under a microscope where she's been really disappointing this year. When you win a race like this, it gives expectations that I think are a bit unfair. These are the most winnable Breeders' Cup races. A lot of these horses are a little precocious, They're not as developed yet. Maybe they're not as good. McCulloch, who was supposed to be in here, got hurt, so she missed it. And she's turned out to be one of the best, if not the best, 3-year-old fillies. Spenderella hadn't even run yet. Unfortunately, she's on the shelf now, but she's been disappointing. And she has not run since Ascot. She draws an outside post, and I got to tell you, this is a very, very interesting race, and it's unusual. It's being run the same day as the Grade 1 QE2 at Keeneland. It is a far more interesting handicapping race. I think one of the reasons is Pizza Bianca figures to be one of the shortest prices, and I think she's eminently beatable.
For example, number 2, Vergara. This is the $500,000 Dueling Grounds Oaks. Labor Day weekend, Kentucky Downs, Andy. Vergara, I thought she was done like 5 different times.
Yeah, it's funny you said it because I watched this replay last night or yesterday afternoon when the PBs came out, and I was watching the whole thing. If I bet her, it looked like she was never going to win this race.
By watching the right race.
I think Skims ran well. She just couldn't get by her, and this was not a period when the rail was gold there. She didn't take advantage of some bias. I think they both ran well. The problem I have is that this race was so much better than their other races from a figure standpoint and overall performance. So was it a Kentucky Downs thing, or was it a mile and 5/16? They like the extra distance. I'm going to tell you, this horse, I don't know if she's good enough for Robbie Falcone. She makes a half a mile or 9/16 of a mile, 3 and 4 wide run around the field in here. This was visually incredibly impressive. The field is tougher. But I don't discount this filly. She really ran well in this race.
On the far outside, lengthening her stride. Exciting, deep addition. Look at her turn it on late.
I mean,
the acceleration.
And she's wide the whole way and just kept on running and running and running. And it's not like the race just completely evaporated and she made this big suck-up move. I'll tell you another horse that I think is a little interesting in here is Sadler's Joy's half-sister, Hail 2, a horse who some will remember beating our friend Kinchin in her debut back at Saratoga at a big price last year. She ran a very impressive race wide the whole way to win last time, and she beat a horse that came back and won easily at her next start. It's a very, very interesting field, and I think there's the opportunity for some prices. Not that horses like Pizza Bianca can't win, or Eminent Victor as well, who obviously can win, but I think there's a lot of different stuff going on in this race.
Really exciting edition of the Grade 2 Sands Point. So much going on Saturday, Belmont at the Big A, including the Belmont at the Big A Saturday contest. Back better than ever, Naira Bets have added $2,000 to the prize pool this week. You register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 tomorrow. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. Horses in the paddock for the second race. Valoran pictured 8 to 5 in the morning line, 5 to 1 with about 13 minutes to go. Richie's paddock report, riders up, post parade. That's next on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
son of Warfront. The sons have done well. War Command, The Factor, Declaration of War. There have been a number of sons now that seem to be getting it done. He himself was, again, versatile like Catholic boy. I mean, he won the Preakness.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
He came back at 4 and won a grade 1 on the turf, going a mile. You know, he's got a big page that's from one of the good Niarchos families.
Look, he was a grade 1 stakes horse at 2. He was a classic winner on dirt at 3. He won a grade 1 on turf at 4. He offers that versatility. He looks a lot like Warfront with a little more stretch and a little more leg. And I know a lot of the knocks against the Warfronts are that sometimes a little small, a little racy. If he throws Warfront's ability and talent with his kind of physique, I think we'll be in really good shape.
Versatility and class. Claiborne Stallion, War of Will. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock. $25,000 claiming event. Non-winners 3 lifetime. Fillies and mares 1 mile. And My Sweet Wife pictured at 2-1 with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, the 2 Valorant is an enormous favorite in doubles. Some of it may be the Manny double, but she'll be coming down a lot. I don't love her. She has that one race that can win it. Rob Atras, trainer change Charlie Baker. His trainer switching numbers aren't that good. I really like My Sweet Wife, but not at 2-1. We'll talk more about her later.
Richie starting to come down a little bit out there.
Yeah, Lafitte, it's starting to get kind of steady. We get a little rain starting. We're expecting it. I'm glad it's held off for me this long. But I think the 2 Valorant looks tremendous here in the paddock. Rob Atras horses are always usually very well turned out. And I continue to see just a very healthy looking mare here. Filly, I should say. But she looks terrific. Great coat. Like her energy level. Actually seemed to get a little bit more animated when she got the tack on. The 3 tactical range for the Dave Donkbarn. Second time out for Dave off a bit of a freshening. Another one making a real nice impression. And honestly, the field itself kind of that little group right there, the 2, 3, and 4. The 4 fun while it lasted for Bruce Savine. It's another one just making a really nice impression from a physical perspective. And I think they all have chances on paper as well. That's what we look for. We want horses that look good on paper and then continue to kind of tout themselves with how they look physically.
All right, Richie. Riders up in a moment. We have free stuff to give away, courtesy of Equibase. By the way, the rain is not supposed to be heavier until later in the afternoon. What's happening, David Donk? That free stuff from Equibase. Follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show.
What's happening, Dave Donk? Jets are 3-2.
Jets 3-2. Giants 4-1. Yankees going strong. Good time to be a New York sports fan.
The Dodgers are tied 1-1. Are you worried?
Not worried. Last night was frustrating.
San Diego's a good team. I think
they're very good.
They were an underachieving team this year that's putting together the playoffs.
They're not gonna sweep anyone. Perfect segue to the guy in the Yankee hat, trainer Rob Atras. What do the numbers tell us with the trainer switch in dirt runners?
I always find trainer switches interesting because as opposed to a claim, where in a lot of cases the trainer may be involved in making a decision, they want to claim this horse. Not always, sometimes it's an owner thing, but where his numbers are very good, the trainer switch numbers aren't that good. And for what it's worth, first time for a tag, and this horse in for a tag, first time in a trainer switch, he's 0 for 11 with nothing but short prices. Rob's numbers are not that spectacular. And the thing about Valorant is she has only 1 race that can win it, and that was the dead heat, going back to last August of 2021, 14 months ago. Her other races are abysmal, and she is dropping considerably and certainly could win. But the thing about My Sweet Wife, who I like on the outside, I think she was on a rail that was bad last time. And there's times at Saratoga, and this has gone on for many, many years, where the rail is bad and the 2 and 3 paths are okay. Where it's just being down the inside, and she was right there, and some other things not go well for her. And she's a horse that has some very good back races on the dirt on both dry and wet tracks. And I just thought second off a layoff, she was interesting. But obviously, I'm not the only one that thinks that, because she was a morning line of 6-1, and she's now 2-1.
My Sweet Wife, Andy's top selection. Post parade. And start with Ceolithic, and she's sharp, having won 2 straight at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, the question is, can she bring that Finger Lakes form to New York? The only time she run on the dirt in New York, she has 2 -0 buyers.
Overlay, Valoran, pictured 8-5 morning line, 9-2 currently.
Yeah, I mean, she is going to come down from that. She just went from 9-2 to 8-5 in one pop. They heard you
That
say
was quick,
overlay,
see?
and they jumped in. She is going to be 8-5. That's the price she is in the doubles. She figures to be. I think she's very, 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 very vulnerable.
Tactical range, ran well first start. David Donk, Saratoga, fun while it lasted at 4-1.
Yeah, I'm going to use tactical range. I don't like the 2 here. Fun while it lasted can win this. The only 2 dirt races are both off the turf races, but they were both good enough to suggest she can handle the dirt, and I think she has to be considered a factor.
Stormy Cat Lady, non-factor at this level, Saratoga.
I just don't know what race she has that makes her an even mild contender here.
London Gold, she's finished in front of 2 horses in her last 3 races. Not good.
No, she is a horse that even the win she has would make her the worst horse in this race.
My Sweet Wife, Andy's top selection, and you're willing to ignore her race at Saratoga where she flopped as the favorite.
I don't know if I use the word ignore. I never ignore an effort. I just think there's reason to believe that she didn't run as badly as it looks. But she's going to have to run a lot better. But I think being buried down the rail, she didn't break that well. Now she gets an outside good post and stalking in this track, and I'm optimistic she'll run better. I didn't think she'd be as big a price, but I was hoping to get 9-2 or something
I hear
on
you.
her. But I'm alive in the double, and I'm getting almost 9-2 for my money, so that's good.
Here's fun while it lasted. 19 career races, 16 of those on grass. This was her last dirt race. Early July at Parks, Andy. She's going to surrender the lead, and looks like she's about to throw in the towel, and she doesn't. Keeps fighting.
She did, but this was an atrocious field. Is there an argument the rail was a bad place to be that day? It didn't look to me like that. I thought it was just a very, very weak field. Like a lot of horses in Park, she drifts a little off the rail in the stretch. I just thought it was an extremely hungry bunch. Having said that, she got a 65 buyer, a figure that probably makes sense. And in this field, a 65 buyer may very well win today. So while she's a better turf horse, she's not that much better. She's run well enough in her dirt races. The thing that concerns me is both of her dirt races are off the turf races. She's never been in against horses that were entered to run in the dirt. However, she has not exactly facing a lot of competition, and she's a square enough price.
Kendrick Carmouche won 4 races last Thursday. Nice aggressive warm-up with fun while it lasted. Another look at Andy's top selection, My Sweet Wife towards the outside. And where would you like Javier Castellano to place her early?
Well, I'd like if she was like 5 lengths in front the whole way around the track.
That
I don't
work
think
for you?
that's really particularly
for you?
likely in here because it looks like Valoran is the speed. She should be sitting, though, a stalking third or so on the outside. Javier's been riding very, very well. He had a little issue when he came back from Saratoga because he banged his foot in the gate.
Right.
But he's been riding very, very well. And, you know, once again, he's another rider who's really refound himself, I think, finally basically healthy after a rough period. And Javier is back to his old good form.
Richie, what are we noticing in the warm-up?
Well, you know, 2 of the horses that kind of stood out to me in the paddock continued to elevate in my eyes on the racetrack, and that would be the 3 Tactical Range. Like the way she looks, liked how animated her stride was going off. You get Jose Gomez, so you're getting a 5-pound break in the weight. She gets him with 113 pounds in receipt of anywhere from 7 to 9 pounds from her other rivals. And then the 4-horse, Fun While It Lasted. Boy, what a nice warm-up she got under Kendrick Carmouche. Really beautiful gallop over there. She's hitting the ground beautifully, moving as well as a horse can. And I like aggressive warm-ups. I believe in it, Lafitte. I think horses need to be warmed up and get their mind focused as well as their blood pumping and their legs stretched out. And, you know, also Jose Gomez left the pony with Tactical Range, and she just makes a nice appearance. Love the way she's trotting. A real good animated, extended kind of trot. Tells you the horse is sound and moving well.
Richie's top selection, Tactical Range, Jose Gomez at 6-1. Have you do the track trends and you follow this closely? What have you noticed recently, and perhaps something we should keep an eye on for the remainder of the afternoon?
We had a couple days, the 29th and 30th of September, where the rail may have been bad, particularly the 30th. Then it rained again that weekend. We had some times, periods where it looked like, I think early last week, the rail was very strong. But overall, at this meet, I think the track's been pretty fair. The main tracks as well as the turf courses, a little bit in the turf when they took the rails down for just a couple of days on the inner. But for the most part, as it is so often in New York, we've had a fair racetrack. I think when we get precipitation is when it gets a little screwy. I think the rail got really good after we'd gotten a ton of rain, and I wonder sometimes if that's, it's tough because their main concern is to get the track drier and get the track back into shape, and sometimes that can cause a bias. What I liked so much was it looked really strong inside early on Thursday. It seemed to mitigate as the day went on. It was very fair thereafter, and you like to think that the track maintenance crew is aware, and you want a fair track because everybody that enters a horse should have as fair a chance. The horses may not be good enough to win, but if you have a long, sustained gold rail, there's going to be so many horses coming over here that it doesn't even matter if they're the best horse in the race, they can't win. And you want to think that owners, trainers, bettors, we all have a fair chance. Biases, people love, bettors will talk about it. To me, a bias is great for betting horses going forward. It's not particularly great while it's going on.
And something to watch with the rain inbound later tonight. Again, it's supposed to be fairly light throughout the course of the afternoon. We have our grass racing as scheduled. Some rain tomorrow, so once that does clear, something to watch over the weekend.
Yeah, and ideally, because the rain is supposed to be over by 2 in the morning or something. Right. It's supposed to be a little bit of hard rain for a brief period of time. The hope is, and it's not supposed to really, there was drizzling out. You and I were looking at the forecast. It was that, so you don't even barely notice when you walk outside for like an hour. And we're going to water the tracks if it's not raining, right? So you're hoping the track stays fast throughout the day, and then they seal it tight after it, and it gives it a chance, because keep in mind, we don't work out horses in the morning here, and you hope that it makes it easier when we open it up in the morning and the sun comes out. It's supposed to be nice tomorrow. The track can dry fairly quickly, and it will. We hope. That's an optimal circumstance.
At the gate for the second, early pick 4, 9-5, Valoran. There she is. Manny Franco looking to sweep the early double, 7 of them, $20,000, $25,000, restricted claiming event, 1 mile, fillies and mares. Johnny Brielle with the load-in call, post time for the second. Belmont at the Big A.
We're waiting now for Stormy Cat Lady, London Gold, and My Sweet Wife. Set for the start. They're off. An awkward beginning for number 1, Steeplechase, and she is well behind the field. Fun While It Lasted, along with Valorant, and Tactical Range is right there. And on the outside, My Sweet Wife. As the field races up the chute and heads for the backstretch, it is Valorant closest to the rail. Tactical Range is in between horses. Fun While It Lasted is 3 wide, and My Sweet Wife is widest of all. Then comes London Gold, who sits behind those front 4 and in 5th. Steeplechase has now moved up into 6th, and farther back is Stormy Cat Lady. First quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Valorant leads here by a half length. Tactical Range and Fun While It Lasted, those two are right together, 2nd and 3rd. My Sweet Wife and London Gold, they're 4th and 5th. Farther back, Steeplechase, and then Stormy Cat Lady around the far turn. The opening half went in 47 and 2/5 seconds. Valorant is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Fun While It Lasted in 2nd, and on the outside is My Sweet Wife in 3rd. Tactical Range down towards the rail in 4th. London Gold is 5th as they come for the head of the stretch. It is Valorant with the lead. My Sweet Wife on the outside is moving up and getting closer to Valorant. My Sweet Wife and Valorant, and My Sweet Wife is now in front. Valorant is back running in 2nd, then Tactical Range and Fun While It Lasted. My Sweet Wife has the lead with a 16th to the finish. It's My Sweet Wife clear by a length and a half, and My Sweet Wife on to victory here under Javier Castellano. Valorant was 2nd, farther back Tactical Range, and Fun While It Lasted.
My Sweet Wife, Javier Castellano, race 2. Andy's top selection, 2-1, make it 5-2. Second choice at post time.
Yeah, you know, I thought one of the interesting parts of this race and was around the 3/8 in or so, because Javier was in that stalking 4 wide, and you almost feel like Javier thought, do I really want to be that wide around the turn? Let me drop off a little bit, try to save a little ground in the turn to make sure. I don't think it ended up mattering particularly. But he was kind of conscious of that. And I think it's those kind of little decisions a rider makes that sometimes can have a real effect on things. It felt like Valorant was on E, top of the stretch. And not only did she draw away from the 3 and 4, but My Sweet Wife had to work a little to get by her. And Valorant, I mean, you could see that Manny was all in when they hit the top of the stretch. Never really a great sign. My Sweet Wife gets it done. And the public was not fooled here. She went off at 5-2.
7, 2, 3, 4. With the blinkers on, Michelle Nevin having a solid meet, Andy.
Yeah, listen, I think the world of Michelle as a trainer. And, you know, for an owner like Jimmy Riccio, who's been a successful owner in New York and New Jersey as well for forever, really, since I first started following the game. I remember Pete Ferriola, and I'm sure Richie rode for him many times back in the day. Of course, his son, Jimmy Riccio, Kendrick Carmouk's agent right now, as well as Ricardo Santana in Kentucky. He's just been a winning. He and Mike Dubb are the 2 guys that have been staples in New York for as long as I can remember and winning owners. Jimmy does not have nearly the horses he once had, but he still dabbles in the game, and he doesn't have that many. And it's just, you know, you see those silks. And he uses, if he trusts Michelle Nevin, that's enough for me. And I think Michelle is terrific. She just needs to get the right horses.
Had this one well spotted and ready to roll, did Nevin. My Sweet Wife, Javier Castellano, 7, 2, 3, 4. Results when we return, and talk about momentum heading into the Breeders' Cup. Team Todd Pletcher, they have it. What a weekend in New York and Kentucky. Multiple graded stakes wins, Turt, Graz, 2-year-olds, all of it. We'll recap later in the show on America's Day at the Races.
Clarier on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clarier. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by Run Happy, #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. My Sweet Wife just added a little to her Dirt Earnings. Andy's top selection, trained by Michelle Nevin. Solid meet. 7:30 over Valorant. Tactical range 7-2-3. Race 2. Javier Castellano, winning rider, standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte, with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. And Javier, you worked out a real nice trip. How much of an advantage is it to have an outside post in a long one-turn race like this?
Yeah, Richie, he should. When you have a better post in the race, small fields like this race, and the inside post, all 3 horses who can do speed, it's the best picture you can ever imagine the race. I like the way he set it up, the way he developed the horse in the backside. You're able to control the pace, not overdo a little bit, not too far back. You basically control the pace in the race. I think that's a big advantage. It was the key to win the race today.
Yeah, and Javier, you only rode My Sweet Wife one time, but that was on the turf. How do you prepare to ride a horse that you're not that familiar with?
Well, basically, you watch a replay a couple races before the last part races, and just to be focused, you handicap the race. And majority, we know each other. I know every single jockey style. You handicap the jockey and you handicap the horses as well too, and see how develop the race in the backside. The biggest advantage today, I have the outside post. I can able to control the pace. It seemed to me like the one horse he come from Finger Lake, he showed speed the last 2 races. Jose Gomez, the apprentice, he got a little speed too. And they all got 3 horses do speed, sit right behind the horse, keep tracking the pace, and let it roll my horse in the end. It pay off today.
Javier, that's why you're in the Hall of Fame. Guys, it's all about preparation. Not only knowing the horses, the competition, the equine competition, but the human competition and their habits as well. And I think we just got a master class.
Just a really thoughtful response. Great insight from Javier Castellano.
No, I've learned the most about riding from Richie by far because I've spent a lot of time with Richie. He's also very insightful, but also because I've spent a lot of time with him. But I find that Javier is very, very interesting to talk to about riding and especially strategy. And he really has a plan. Your plan's not always going to work out, but he has a plan.
All right, Ortiz riding the favorite in this one, though. First look at turf racing. What'd you come up with in the third here, Andy?
I picked B up, but if this horse is 9-1, it's a bad sign for the barn. I thought the winner was between the 3 B up, the 4 Entwine, who might offer some value with Jose Ortiz, and obviously Cafe Fleur. The Chad Browner's Lyrad, but it's going to be an underlay, and she's not that good, and she's got no speed in a race that does not have much speed.
Third race, Belmont at the Big A, post time in about 24 minutes. We'll step aside when we return. Nest, another blowout, this time in the Beldame. On to the Breeders' Cup Distaff Saturday at Keeneland. Statement race by Annapolis in the Coolmore Turf Mile. And Forte would not be denied in the Breeders' Futurity. What do they all have in common? Their trainer. That's next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track
on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Alongside these two at the 16th pole. Vino Rosso has taken the lead, and it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
Vino Rosso indeed in the 2019 Breeders' Cup Classic.
This was some performance by him. He really put it all together in this race and ran a big race. Probably justifiably DQ in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. It was very close, and I can understand why the connections were unhappy. And there's Mike Rapoli, and as he said, all his friends who were around when his horses are doing well. I talked to him for a while. We joked about it on Sunday.
Trained by Todd Pletcher. Pletcher in the Breeders' Cup, Andy. 151 starters. Only Aidan O'Brien has saddled more. 12 wins. His first couple of Shadow, Speightstown 2004, most recent. Life is Good in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and based on what we've seen the last couple of weeks in New York and Kentucky, poised for a big couple of days next month in the Breeders' Cup. What else is new?
Yeah, I mean, you look at those numbers, and he's winning at 8% in the Breeders' Cup, and I think some people would say, well, that's not very good. Well, I think what it really shows is how hard it is to win Breeders' Cup races, and also trainers, all trainers, are going to take shots in the Breeders' Cup with horses they might not normally run. They all point to those races. It's sort of like his Derby numbers, which might look lousy, but the reality is when a lot of horses just had no real chance in there, and maybe the owners made them run some of these situations, and one of the trainers' jobs is to take heat for owners, run races where they may not want to run, but it's the Breeders' Cup, and Todd, like everything, has had success in the game, particularly in creating stallions.
And again, a lot of momentum going towards the Breeders' Cup. Let's go back to last Saturday at Keeneland and the 2-year-old Forte. Second Grade 1 win, and mixing it up with the favorite Loggins eventually in deep stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an argument that Loggins ran the better race. He was involved in what was a very contested pace where everybody else fell by the wayside. That's not to say Forte didn't run well. He did make a nice sweeping move and was able to gut it out. Irad makes it a bit tight here. The more I thought about it, I don't love that he does this. I think he's race riding. I think a lot more was probably made of it that was necessary because it was Irad.
Right.
But he's also created that situation by riding in that manner. And the about-a-minute line is he's as good, if not the best rider there is in the country. Forte ran well, as did the horse inside of him. He is a very nice horse, but right now, he's no Cave Rock.
That was my quiz. So, yeah, the hopeful winner, sprinting in the slop. Breeders' Futurity, routing on a fast track. Versatile, but, yeah, can he run with the Baffert monster out west Cave Rock?
I don't think so. I was actually talking to Mike Rapoli about this. We were talking about the performance, and I agree with him that he ran very well. And he and I saw the race very similarly that he ran at Keeneland. But he said to me, how good do you think Cave Rock is? And I said, very. And he said, what if the pace gets really hot? What if, the horse who was second at Keeneland ran? I don't think that he's necessarily going to the Breeders' Cup. And I could see this being a relatively small field. I think Forte's terrific, don't get me wrong. And there are a lot of years where he probably would have been the favorite to be the 2-year-old champ. But Cave Rock might be better than unusual.
About 40 minutes later, Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Irad Ortiz, big afternoon as Annapolis makes short work of his elders, even though they tried to keep him locked in right about here.
Yeah, well, Irad usually is able to get out, and he did get between. And don't get me wrong, Annapolis got a great trip in here. Irad gave him, you got a perfect trip. But the thing is, this division's been kind of hungry this year.
Mm-hmm.
And now you get an improving 3-year-old for Todd Pletcher, and suddenly you've got a really tough new shooter. And while he only won by about 2 lengths, that's a lot when you look at the 5 horses bunched behind him. And I think at this point he's probably the U.S. favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile.
I think so.
I mean, that doesn't mean that whether it's Modern Games or some other horses come over. I know one, there's that Caninos, I'm not getting the name right, that's running this weekend that may be coming at Ascot. But he's okay, and he's improving.
Last North American-based 3-year-old to win the Breeders' Cup Mile, War Chant. back in 2000. It's been a long time. It's not easily done. There's only been a couple of them. We'll see if Annapolis can end that trend in a few weeks in Lexington. And then right here on Sunday, the Belle Dame, Nest, treating her elders. Well, this is actually Malathat on Sunday in the Juddmonte Spinster. And Malathat, Andy, who look, we're accustomed to seeing her win Grade 1 races. She doesn't normally pour it on, though, like she does here and win in dominant fashion.
Some of the pouring it on was that she didn't have anybody behind her. Army Wife, who was second, has just not been nearly as good as she was as a 3-year-old. What I liked about it, though, was that she was tractable. Even though they were moving it up front, she was only, 2 or 3 lengths off the lead. She made the lead easily around the turn. She wasn't lazy in here. It didn't come back that fast to race, but what does Todd Pletcher want her to do? Win by 15 lengths in here? And I'm not saying she could have, but I mean, it's the perfect prep, I think, for the Breeders' Cup. Nest is terrific. I don't want to knock her. She has debilitated the horses that have run behind her, and that's part of her strength. But Malathat, Clairiere, Search Results, all 3 of them have been sensational this year, throughout the year. Clairiere, obviously, an issue in the Personal Ensign, and they're not exactly going to be easy beatings for Nest in this Breeders' Cup Distaff. Those that think she's an overwhelming favorite that should be, I think, are misreading the race, and I respect Nest.
Malathat, perfect 3 for 3 at Keeneland, 2 Grade 1 wins, and here on Sunday, Nest in the Belle Dame, and again, it was facing older for the first time. She was a heavy odds-on favorite and goes about her business and does what she's been doing in recent races and simply dominating.
And Shooks Filly, who finished second, she made her look like a claimer. I'm not in any way disputing that Nest is terrific, but these are horses that wouldn't be competitive among the others. And in no way am I suggesting that Nest isn't a major player in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I feel, though, she's probably supposed to be about on even par with the others, around 5-2 or 3-1, maybe a little higher, and she's going to be an overwhelming favorite. And, according to Twitter, she should be 1-9. And don't get carried away. The competition's had a lot to do with it, and she's going to be meeting the big girls, but that doesn't mean she's not terrific.
Oh, what a year. The 3 Grade 1 wins. One of them at Keeneland, that's key. Side of the Breeders' Cup, of course. The second place finish in the Belmont Stakes. Her only 2 defeats this year. Only 2 horses have finished in front of her. That entourage leading into the winner's circle. Mike Rapoli, co-owner of Fort, winner of the Breeders' Futurity, co-owner Nest, along with Eclipse Thoroughbreds. The idea that the Belmont Stakes and the second to Secret Oath, the only 2 horses, Mo Donegal and the Belmont, that have finished in front of her this year. A championship-worthy campaign.
Yeah, I think that the Nest that's running now would have won that Belmont Stakes. And it feels like that Belmont Stakes kind of turned her year around.
That's what Todd says.
She bounced out of it just a completely different horse, because the reality is Secret Oath didn't just beat her in the Oaks. She ran a much better race. She had a tougher trip. This is not the same Nest that was running in the Kentucky Oaks.
As for Todd Pletcher, the Breeders' Cup lineup, the talent, depth, a champion, a future champion, Andy. In other words, par for the course for Todd Pletcher heading into the Breeders' Cup.
Well, Chocolate Gelato looks like the favorite. Annapolis will probably be one of the first 3 choices. Life is Good, probably the 3rd choice. Fort, you say Fort, I agree with Fort. They say Forte, whatever. He'll be by the 2nd choice. Major Dude's going to take money in there. He ran very well in the Pilgrim first on the turf. Malathat's going to be, Nest will be favored. Malathat will be 2nd or 3rd choice. So he's got a pretty good group right there.
His classic winner, we started the conversation looking back at Vino Rosso. Life is Good, last fall's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Everything looked great until Flightline went Flightline in the Pacific Classic.
Right. You don't want to qualify his performances saying, but there's Flightline. His resume stands out very well, and for those that thought they would duck him and run the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he's not going to be in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's going to be retired, or he's going to run the Breeders' Cup Classic, because this is the race he has to be in. At the very least, he could be a real thorn in the side of Flightline.
That's the thing. This is how good Flightline was in the Pacific Classic. Other trainers with Breeders' Cup Classic contenders want Life is Good to run in hopes of him applying some pressure to Flightline. That's how good Flightline is.
And I think fans want to see it, because we want to see, can Flightline deal with a horse like Life is Good and then be able to hold off the horses like Epicenter and Taba behind him, or Olympiad as well. He probably will, but I think it's going to be a lot different than that Pacific Classic. Looking forward to it.
Getting closer and closer, just over 3 weeks until the 39th Breeders' Cup World Championships. We're getting closer to the 3rd race, Belmont at the Big A. First look at grass racing this afternoon. And currently at 7-2, Cafe Fleur, the favorite. Peter Brandt's French filly. 12 minutes out, post-parade, the Miggs Paddock Report when America's Day at the Races continues.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
Look for his first crop yearlings at the upcoming sales. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is America's Day at the Races. Live coverage on Fox Sports 2 from Aqueduct Racetrack. Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock. Third race and the current choice. Cafe Fleur, 6-5 with about 9 minutes to go. We check in with Richie. We don't check in with Richie. We check in with Andy. Cafe Fleur, 6-5. Andy, you knew this was. You knew she was going to get overbet one way or the other.
I was going to say the only difference between Richie and I is that one of us has courage. You know, it's interesting. We talk about the first race today with the speed horse getting left. Now she gets a little steady back there, and she sort of has a little trouble to start. But when you're dealing with a horse that has no speed to begin with anyway, it's not like she was really out in any kind of different position she'd be in. The other day, she's a closer that got out close by a horse, dare I say it, trained by Tom Amoss. I mean, she may win here, but she's just like a one-paced horse that's an enormous underlay because it's Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz in a field where form is not very good, but she's the horse to beat. But she's not a great bet at 7-5.
I get it. It's Saratoga. Tom ain't even here to defend himself, man.
Even he'd be shocked. He actually beat Chad Brown. It's the first time for everything.
Cafe Fleur, 7-5. Another look at her in the post parade. We start with the entry. Mia at midnight, 2 for 1. You're getting 4 to 1.
Peter Walder has tried to get this horse to the turf about 5 times, rained off and been unlucky. And her California turf races aren't that bad.
Basilia, trained by Mike Maker, second half of the entry.
This is the weaker half. Hasn't run since May at Gulfstream, where she beat a very weak field.
Number 2, Kemba, drawn inside, wire-to-wire winner at Saratoga.
I don't really think she's good enough, but she's supposed to be the controlling speed, which she does best, and I think it gives her a better chance than her past performances do.
Number 3, Be Up, Augustin homebred, trained by Jonathan Shepard.
Jonathan Thomas. I find when Jonathan Thomas horses take a lot.
Sorry.
It is Augustin.
So Augustin,
yeah, I find when his horses are overbet, they run well, and underbet, they don't. She's underbet. I picked her, but I'm dubious.
Good catch. And Twine, Irish filly, Jose Ortiz takes over.
I think she's very interesting. She's dropping down after running against much tougher horses. Her lack of pace helps, but she's 11 to 1.
Looking to fly, New York bred, a winner facing similar at Saratoga.
She may be looking to fly, but she probably isn't going to do it.
Princess Pinky, Jose Gomez in the JMS blue and green.
When she beat Kemba, Kemba didn't have the same kind of potential tactical advantage she has, but she can be close as well. The problem is neither of these are particularly that good.
Cafe Fleur, French filly trained by Chad Brown, 6-5.
These are the kind of horses that seem to win for Irad and Chad, but 6-5 is a tough price to take given her overall quality.
More Mango, co-owned and trained by Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, I think she's better going shorter.
16-1. And on the outside, Voice of Spring, New York bred, originally purchased for $450,000.
I often say with horses like this that have the quality of Voice of Spring that the best day for their original owners is the day that they turn 5 and the purchase price is no longer listed in the DRF.
$450,000.
She can be yours for $35,000. I've got about $12.
About 17.
I got 11.
I got cleaned out with the Dodgers losing to the Padres last night.
If Richie got with the $34,972, we're in.
In case you haven't signed up, do so. Naira Bets. Use that promo code MATCH200. Get up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Your top selection, Andy? And Jonathan Thomas. What do the stats tell us? What do the numbers say?
Good layoff numbers. What I like about this horse, of the horses that I thought were the contenders, this one will be the closest of anybody. So I think she can win. She's got some good races. He's good off layoffs, but I don't like that she's not taking any money. That is a bad sign for this barn. They seem to win when they get bet, but still, I'm going to have to lose a few dollars here.
Richie, are we claiming horses? What are we doing here?
Well, yeah, I don't know about that, but the entry, I think, looks terrific from a physical perspective, and I think they both have chances on paper. I thought the one Mia at Midnight, her races in California on turf certainly put her in the frame, and she just made a real nice impression. It's a little harder to discern with gray horses. We always look for that rich, hydrated coat and dapples, and it's a little harder to discern with a gray horse, but she couldn't look any better, and she does kind of give you that lustrous coat that you want to see. That just kind of points out that a horse is doing well. Her entry mate, the 1A Pasilia, dappled out, comes off a layoff. Looks like the race will probably help her move along from a fitness standpoint. But Mike Maker's horses tend to carry a bit of weight, and sometimes that fools you. But she's all dappled out, looks terrific. The 3-horse B Up, Jonathan Thomas was an assistant trainer to Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. He has a steeplechase background before that. Very proficient at getting horses ready off a layoff, and she looks very, very fit to me. And I think, well, she is my top selection. I agree with Andy. Wish maybe she was getting a little more play on the board, but her good races are certainly good enough, and I don't think the layoff is going to be an issue. I like the 3 B Up, and then the 7 Cafe Fleur. Listen, it's always amazing to me how good horses look from good trainers. Now, she's up in Saratoga training. It's been getting a little bit cooler. The days are getting shorter. Especially you'll see it with fillies and mares. Their coats start to turn. They get a little bit of longer coat, not as lustrous. She's so dappled out, and that usually you see that from good trainers. She looks like she's coming out of the middle of the summer as opposed to heading towards winter. And again, that's just a testimony to good horsemanship that gets horses looking that good. I just thought that there were a couple other interesting prospects here at better prices.
She looks the part. Yeah, don't love the price, 3-2. See if she can get out of the blocks cleaner today. Cafe Fleur. Then Princess Pinky at 11-1. Trained by Michelle Nevin. Nevin looking to go back-to-back. Let's go back to her last win, Princess Pinky. Mid-June, Belmont. You're going to see she gets first run and able to hold off the late charging Kemba. Again, this is her last win at Belmont. Princess Pinky, Kemba trying to make up ground late, but Princess Pinky getting that coveted first run.
But what's interesting is Kemba was much farther back in that day. That's not how she's done her best running.
She's
a better horse and she's further in front. I don't think you put Jorge Vargas on her and Ray Handel's thinking, great. And now you get into a paceless race. She's going to have to beat Kemba from behind. And she might. And she's not without some tactical speed to do it. But I think Kemba's going to be well in front of her in this race. So she has a chance to beat her. The problem is I just don't know if either one of these horses is good enough, even on their best races. This is a much tougher field. I mean, Cafe Fleur, in my opinion, is a horrifically bad gamble at 7-5. Chad Brown, she's 6-5. She's been a disappointment. When he drops her in for a tag, Saratoga, she's just supposed to win. she didn't have any real excuse. She got there, and she just didn't really finish. And you watch that replay we showed before, and it looks like, oh, well, she was third, beating only 3/4 of a length. There's 3/4 of a length she got beat where it was sort of a tough beat, and there's ones where you're like, she was supposed to win because not only did she not get the leaders, she got passed from behind. And to me, there's nothing worse than a closer that not only can't get to the front end horses, but gets passed from behind the way she did. I'm not going to be shocked if she wins, but she doesn't figure to get much pace to run into. And it just feels like you're supposed to go somewhere else here, wherever it may be.
How much of a discrepancy is there? Because on paper, it looks like the same level. $35,000 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime, but how much of a discrepancy between that race at Saratoga and the horses that show up for this one?
Maybe they were a little bit better in Saratoga, a little, because you had some shippers, but I mean, look at Entwine. She's running against better horses. Be Up has run some fast enough races. She has the layoff, but Jonathan Thomas has those good layoff numbers, so there's reason to be optimistic. It's not like she was meeting a killer field. I think if we asked Tom, who had the winner, Tom Amos, he'd say, my filly's just okay. You know, I didn't have any great expectations. I thought she had a chance to win the race, but I wasn't exactly brimming with Tom is as honest a trainer as you can get. He will tell you that. Right. I've talked to him many times. You know, I say, now, it's funny with Tom. There have been times I've texted him and said, I'm betting your horse in this race. What do you think? He's like, I really like her too. You know, so he'll be, and will be right or wrong depending on how it works out. But Tom's very, very realistic. He's able to handicap. And I think one of the edges Tom has as a trainer is that he views it as a handicapper does. I think very few trainers handicap the races. They just hope their horses are good enough. And I get that. Tom's not that guy. He thinks, what's my best chance to win? What do I need to do to win this race?
A lot of newer fans to the sport, they hear a name like Bobby Frankel, late legendary Hall of Fame trainer, one of their very, that was his background. That's how he started, right here, handicapping horses.
A friend of mine was saying how, and this is before my time, back in the day, they used to run 1.5-mile races at the end of the cards at Belmont, and Bobby Frankel used to win them a lot. We're going back in the 70s by finding sprinter types or speed horses and stretching them out to 1.5 miles and wiring fields. There's a reason that Bobby Frankel is clearly one of the great trainers ever. He was very, very smart.
The star trainer who's learned so much from him, Chad Brown, has the favorite in this one in Cafe Fleur at 6-5 as they have reached the starting gate. Filing in for the third, Johnny I standing by. Post time, Belmont at the Big A race 3.
And Twine is moving up along with more Mango. So we're waiting now for Looking to Fly, along with Mia at Midnight and Basilia. Princess Peaky went in. And there is Basilia to complete the 10-horse field in race 3. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 4 and Twine. And she is at the back. They make the turn and straighten away here with Kemba from the inside post getting the early lead. Now Voice of Spring moves up on the outside. Voice of Spring and Kemba. And they're heads apart. First and second, with Basilia sitting just off of them in third. To her inside is Princess Pinky, next in fourth. More Mango runs in fifth, followed by Be Up in sixth. And then it's the gray, Mia at Midnight, who runs in seventh. Farther back is Cafe Fleur in eighth. And then comes Looking to Fly in ninth. And trailing the field after that slow start, Entwine in 10th. The field is heading up the backstretch after an opening quarter in 23 4/5 seconds. Voice of Spring leads by 1.25 lengths. Kemba is in second, and Basilia is in the clear on the outside in third. Princess Pinky down at the rail, saving ground in fourth. And then it's Be Up next in fifth, followed by more Mango and Mia at Midnight. Cafe Fleur is in eighth position at this point. Then comes Looking to Fly and Entwine. Half mile, 49 1. On the inside is Voice of Spring, and on the outside it's Kemba. Kemba goes on with it, and Kemba is now the leader as Basilia moves up on the outside and takes second. Then it's Princess Pinky, far outside, Be Up. The field heads for home now with Kemba in front. Be Up moves up on the outside. So it is Kemba and Be Up down on the inside, Basilia and Princess Pinky. Here comes B Up on the outside, and here comes Cafe Fleur, who is kicking in late here. It's B Up and Cafe Fleur comes from off the pace to win it. B Up was second, followed by Kemba and Princess Pinky.
Turned it on late, did the favorite, Cafe Fleur. Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, and Rad Ortiz. 6-5 at post time. Big run from B Up, who you and Mig both like, having to settle for second at 5-1.
Yeah, but B Up had absolutely no excuse not to win this race. She couldn't have got a better trip and ride than she got from Manny Franco. And the funny thing with Irad is he rode this horse the way you'd want to ride a Breeders' Cup Classic, right? I mean, he did everything. I think Irad knew she's not that good. She's going to have one run. I'm not going to try to grind it out. I'm going to sit back. Now, the pace heated up. The pace was very, very honest. But he just saved all the ground. He was patient, and he thought, I don't want to grind with this filly. I want to make one run. I'm going to burst. And perfect trip or not, B Up had one as well. And while maybe it wasn't a bad bet at 5-1, I don't regret the pick. She was second best. This horse was much the best.
Cafe Fleur, 7-3-2-6. You can see B Up responding. Manny Franco going to work, trying for his second win on the afternoon. Not pictured yet, Cafe Fleur. And then in an instant, the acceleration, much the best.
And I'll tell you something else about B Up. She didn't have an explosive. You know what? I mean,
No, she
was in a spot. If she's supposed to just go by.
Yeah.
I mean, Kemba didn't even get the lead. She had a rate behind a quick pace in there, and she had to grind to get by her. So when this filly got her momentum going, she ran much better. And I really think that Irad had a plan here. And you look at this race and you say, it's a $35,000 claimer at Thursday at Aqueduct. And Irad's riding this horse as well as he's hoping to ride in the Breeders' Cup. And that's how you win Eclipse Awards. The best riders give those rides. It's one of the reasons Javier Castellano is always successful when he won those 4 Eclipse Awards. He rode a 10-claimer like he rode in a Grade 1.
Coming off a monster weekend, Ortiz, the couple of Grade 1 wins at Keeneland. Right here, the Beldame aboard Nest. And a tally in a $35,000 claimer in race number 3 with Cafe Fleur. 7-3-2-6 results when we return, plus our Backstretch community, the families, men and women taking care of our horses, and Bast is looking out for them. The Backstretch Employee Service Team in New York, offering education, language, even computer skills. That story's next.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just when to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit America'sBestRacing.net today. First grass race of the day, Cafe Fleur. French filly owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown. 6-5 at post time, ridden by Irad Ortiz, standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. And Irad, you worked out a beautiful trip with this filly. There was some pace on, but you had so much confidence. You could see turning for home and just hands and heels to the wire.
I rode her with confidence. She looked good on paper. She just got beat last time at Saratoga. The trainer always do a great job. He let me ride him. He told me just warm him up good and try to work out your trip and work out perfect. I don't miss the break a little bit, step a little slower there, drop in, saving some ground. She like it. It's a little give back on the track, and she really like it. She don't miss a step. I was feeling good all the time, every step of the way. And when I just asking a little bit, she was going forward. She was moving really, really nice. She gave me a good turn of foot going down to the lane.
Really nice turf, and I'm looking at you. You got some kickback from the turf, so there is some give to the ground here.
Yeah, but she, like I told you, she like it. She love it. When they don't miss a step in this kind of ground, in this ground like this, it's good because other horses they struggling a little bit, and you're just going forward like a normal track, and that's what she did.
Irad, you've put together another tremendous year. You're winning big races all over the place. Big weekend at Keenan, Annapolis, very good on the turf. It looks like you're coming into this Breeders' Cup really loaded. I mean, you got to feel pretty good about things.
I feel great. Things doing great. My business doing so good right now. Thank God. My agent doing a great job. I got a lot of good opportunities out there with some good horses. So the only thing I can say is thank God for keeping me healthy and all this blessed. I mean, I'm living my dream right now. That's the truth.
Well, you're living your dream and you're riding incredibly well. And it doesn't matter if it's a $35,000 claimer or a grade one, you know you're going to get a ride with enthusiasm because he is living his dream. And as far as Cafe Fleur, I think Peter Brandt had a pretty good filly by my boy Charlie, named Sister Charlie as well, guys.
Absolute monster was Sister Charlie.
It's amazing that she has a brother or half-brother that won the Arc. And my sister Nat, who was a little unlucky in the Breeders' Cup last year and finished second. And she's like the ugly duckling in that family. She's not even that good compared to those
horses. That's a pretty good
family. Yeah, very good.
Irad Ortiz with a victory here. And again, coming off that huge weekend. And as Richie mentioned, yeah, lots of momentum as we approach the Breeders' Cup. We turn the page, race 4. Pick 6 starts here. Back to the main track, another restricted claiming event. $25,000 claimer, non-winners 3 lifetime. Current favorite, Owl's Prince, 9-5 with about 20 minutes to post. Over the last few years, and specifically during the pandemic, you heard it, I think, a little bit more often. The idea that the racing community is one big ecosystem. It's true, and it's always been true. A big part of that is the Backstretch community. Without them, the men and women taking care of the horses, we don't have any racing.
BEST stands for the Backstretch Employee Service Team in New York. We are a nonprofit that's been in existence since 1989, and our mission is to put it simply what our motto is, which is caring for the people who care for the horses. Shortly before the pandemic, BEST assumed oversight and control of the education program here at Belmont. The program now consists of 3 main pieces. First is an English as a Second Language, or ESL class, where workers come to learn English, which is very important for their work and also for them to better integrate with the larger community.
And I used to be in the program before, maybe 10 years ago, and see the English classes and the groom class, and see how best help all these people. So one day I hear they need somebody to help the English teacher as assistant. So present myself, Mr. Pruchains gave me the opportunity to join the team, so this is how I'm starting the program.
My goal has been to create a community here where they all feel comfortable, they all feel safe when we're in the classroom, and I think that resonates with them, and I think they they see that and they reciprocate the same energy and they like it. They keep coming back. So, you know, when you like something, when something is good, when it's improving your life, you're going to tell other people that you care about, like, hey, you should come here. This has been really great for me. And that's how we've been getting the word to mouth. And also by going around the barns, telling people about it, and people that have been very hesitant to come in the beginning, they come to one class and another class, and then you see them there all the time because they're comfortable there. We don't just learn about grammar in English. We read newspaper stories, we watch movies, we watch documentaries. So it helps them with not just English, but, you know, just to learn and educate themselves with other things as well.
See, there's people come with no word in English, but now they can speak, they can keep a conversation. And one of these people who learn when they come to work.
We also have a computer lab where people can learn basics and beyond of how to operate a computer. We also have a citizenship training class where we train people to help them take the citizenship test. And for me, as a professional, as a person, there's nothing more rewarding than seeing one of the Backstretch workers become an American citizen.
When I see my coworkers speak English with the boss, with the trainers, you know, when they do the things by themselves, I feel proud because I feel like I'm being part of their progress, you know.
Great stuff. Our Backstretch community, men and women taking care of our horses and best, looking out for their best interest. Also here at Aqueduct, of course, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, runs through October 15th. So our coverage continues on America's Day at the Races. When we return, a look ahead to tomorrow's feature, the Glen Cove Poppy Flower, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Sharp, 2 races back at Saratoga. Not so much at Kentucky Downs. What will she do in the Friday feature right here at Aqueduct? That's next.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
It's a party you don't want to miss, and you don't have to. In case you can't make it to Far Hills, we'll have live coverage on site this Saturday, the storied one-day steeplechase event, highlighting the steeplechase calendar. Can't wait for this one, Andy. This is going to be fun.
It'd be fun if we were there.
Richie gets to go. Acacia gets to go.
They do. Joe Clancy will be there.
Joe Clancy
the legendary
will be there.
Joe Clancy.
101st Far Hills Steeplechase Race Meet. That's coming up on Saturday. Live coverage, America's Day at the Races. As for the Friday feature, Glen Cove, good size field, 10 deep on grass. Poppy Flowers run inside the 9-5 favorite. 2 starts back, Andy, in the Galway from far, far back, unleashing a furious rally to come away victorious.
She's been very good. She did not run her race at Kentucky Downs last time. Kentucky Downs is a tricky track. Some horses run well there, some don't. But she's been very good in her 2 races up at Saratoga. Very logical horse. Not sure how much pace she rates to get in there, but to not consider her one of the major players in here would be a mistake. There really isn't a ton of turf form in here.
Right.
Brad Cox, I think, is scratching that horse, trying to turf him on the forward gal, or whichever her girl. There's 2 girl horses.
Girl with a dream.
I believe she's scratching. But Poppy Flower, she gets a little pace to run out. She gets a clean run. She's going to be tough.
How about the Soaring Softly? It's a while back, late May, but Sail by Wonka, 3rd and 4th on that afternoon. They're taking a shot at the Glen Cove tomorrow.
Sail by, seen so much promise when she won that Miss Grill last year, and she's been a disappointment. She should have been second in this race, to be honest with you. I don't think she was going to beat the winner that day. And I wonder if Wonka's a horse that's going to really appreciate the cutback, maybe even more than Sail by. But in this field, I think both of these horses have to be considered as possible winners.
Sail by and Wonka, that was in the Soaring Softly. They'll meet once again in the Glen Cove tomorrow. Also, Andy, Zelda, the French filly. What happened in the French Guineas?
Well, we're going to see the head, the overhead. Now watch her right here. She's going to break a step slow, but she gets badly fouled by the horse, the red horse, and just completely taken out of the race, and it set her well back in the field. And while she didn't make a huge effective run in here, she's only going to beat a couple lengths, sort of making a big run. They're going down that backstretch, and she's buried in there. There you see her right there, and great job by our crew in the truck as usual. Inside that horse with yellow, she's kind of waiting for room right now as the field spread, and you've seen this in the arc so many times coming down that long stretch at Longshot. But when she finally gets clear, she makes a reasonable enough run to lose by, what, a couple of lengths. And you consider the break and what it did to her position in there, I think this is a much stronger performance than it looks. And if she can come over here, assuming this race is on the grass, get a little rain, some give in the ground, if she appreciates the cutback and distance, she could be a pretty talented runner. She's got a pretty talented owner too, right? One of her owners?
Yeah. He's going to be here perhaps if the race goes, right? Tony Parker?
I think all NBA players eventually want to come to the Big A.
That's a given.
All athletes.
That's a given.
Used to see a lot.
How many championships?
Avery's been here a lot.
He's a big horse racing fan.
How
many championships in San Antonio, Tony Parker?
4 or 5, right?
Several.
Can you bring Pop? Love Pop.
Greg Popovich. If they don't run on the grass tomorrow, would we be load managing the turf course for the meet as long as we'll be here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're trying to keep it on. It's just a question how much rain they get and what kind of condition the course is in.
Somebody got it, Andy. Somebody. 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock.
I forgot.
We welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Maggie, let's start with Convertible Freeze. Currently 5-2. What are you noticing in the paddock?
He's one that does turn back here a bit, Lafitte, from the 9 furlongs up at Saratoga. And I've just found that horses have run well when doing this. It's a demanding distance up there, especially for, more lower level horses. And when they get back to this 1-turn mile, they actually find it a bit easier. And especially Convertible Freeze, since he kind of made a bit of a middle move where the pace came apart that day and set up well for the Big Gray to post a little bit of an upset that time around. So getting back to this mile makes a lot of sense. Now, he's one that I want to watch closely in the warm-up. I remember the last time I was actually in the paddock or doing a race of his, he was a late scratch, and that was going back to early May. So want to watch the way he warms up because 2 back, he was getting out pretty badly around the turn, did not run that well at this same level. So we'll see what Convertible Freeze does. I honestly would not want to take too short of a price, but I really have no complaints with him here in the paddock. The horse I'm most interested in is number 6, Charger. I just felt as though that he is best at a 1-turn mile. I know he's winless out of 6 starts here, but I just, in his last few going shorter, he's kind of been outrun. Now, I'm hoping there isn't much moisture in the racetrack because he's a horse that loathes a wet track, but I don't think there is. It really hasn't been raining hard whatsoever, just kind of a steady mist out here. But he just physically looks like a horse that wants to run longer. He gets it here today, first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. Now, the front wraps do stay on him, so another one I want to watch warm up, but I just like him best in these conditions, Lafitte, and he looks really good amongst his foes here in the paddock.
Charger at 4-1. We'll have riders up in just a moment. And a reminder, Belmont at the Big A Saturday contest. Also, Belmont at the Big A. You have the bonus. I have a read here, Andy. I promise I'll get there. Earn a $15 bonus today playing Naira Bets. Bet $70 each at Belmont, at the Big A, and Delaware Park today. Earn that $15 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and play today.
Have you been to Delaware Park?
What's that?
Have you been to Delaware Park?
I have not.
Nice place.
Here are the paddocks.
That's what everybody
Great.
says. They have a beautiful paddock, yeah.
Good racing. Delaware handicap and how productive it's been over the years.
I've not been there in a while. It was with Steve Bick the last time I was there.
We can plan a trip.
I'd be happy to go.
Delaware Park and maybe Far Hills next year.
We're not important enough to go. Meg and Acacia get to go. Big's excited.
Convertible freeze, currently 5-2. Most recent effort. What happened at the starts of this race at Saratoga, Andy?
Don't know, really, and I wouldn't bet him at 5-2, but he's not going to be 5-2. The 6 is going to end up a heavy favorite in this race by post time, in all likelihood. It's kind of weird, right? Doesn't break that badly, but sort of takes back there. And this was a contested pace, and Jose didn't want to run up on heels, so he took him off the inside, and he tries to find like a seam. He's sort of caught behind horses here, and going to show quite a bit of this race. And he sort of rushes up there, and he's going to right now rush up towards the lead, and he'll get right on top of the pace. And take a look at the rail horse in this race, number 2, Willie Sutton. Well, he was on the pace, and he got beaten 11 lengths. And he was beaten almost 11 lengths by this horse, who finished a brutal beat second there by a horse who came from way back, the Big Gray. He really came to hand in this race. It's the best race he's run in a while, and there was a time when he was good enough to win this race. I guess Charger's the horse to beat, and make no mistake, the 6 Charger will be favored by post time. I just don't really love him. And I think Colonel Free's last race shows he could be in form. Now, I'm not betting him at 5-2, but if he goes up to 4-1 or more, I'll take a small shot with him in this race. There's just not that much competition.
And he still ran second in that race.
Yeah. Right.
And you don't, and typically horses run
last.
Right, especially at this level. When you're dealing with the lower level claiming races, horses that encounter any type of obstacle, especially something like that, you don't break and you kind of rush up. You don't see that horse finish up well. Solid. I can understand why you like him today.
And I think what it showed was a possible return to form for a horse who in his prior 2 starts had been off form. And I think that indicated that he's getting back in form. Now, make no mistake, he's no monster when he's in good form, but good enough to maybe win this race. But I'm not betting him at 5-2. He's going to have to drift.
You had who on top again? Sorry,
I had him. It's
you didn't wind up with him
because I didn't want to take Hometown as scratched. I wish he had stayed in because he'd taken a lot of money. And Charger can win. I picked him second, but he doesn't do a lot for me.
There is Charger. Call to post. $25,000 claimers, non-winners, 3 lifetime, 1 mile. First half of the entry, Umbria, 2 for 1. You're getting 5-2.
He's going to need them to be moving up front. Now, the pace could be pretty hot with Spectatorless as the main speed, but his field he beat last time was very hungry. But Randy Persaud has good numbers off the claim, believe it or not, on the dirt.
Forever Wicked off the board in his last several.
The truth is, he's another one who's run races fast enough to compete. If he gets a fast pace, maybe he comes running.
Will E. Sutton breaks from the rail?
I don't like this horse. He can be forward in here, but he's not the speed of the speed, and I just think his best races are behind him.
Spectator list, tough to make a case for.
Well, he's the controlling speed, and he's 14-1, and he's got races fast enough to win. I actually think he's an overlay, a massive overlay.
And he's top selection, convertible freeze.
He's an underlay at 5-2, but his last race showed he might be returning to his best form.
Some positive signs from Maggie in the paddock on Charger, who is favored.
Yeah, and he's going to be probably closer to 6 or 7-5 by post time, and I can understand that. I understand why he's taking that money. He's running faster figs, but he's running faster figs than the 3, who's 12-1.
Al's Prince contender, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, but his win recently was an awful field off the turf, but I Am the Law, who was second, has come back and run well since then, and he ran as much better when almost eased last time.
And on the far outside, our boy Cheekham, 33-1.
And this would blow the pick 6 up right away.
I would shake things up. Another look at Charger, who is the favorite at 5-2. First half of the claim, Rudy Rodriguez. He's going to go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
now 3-1.
Yeah,
good betting race.
He's a heavy favorite in the doubles, but the pools are a little different now with the CAW money not coming into our win pools. You'll see discrepancies, but based on the win pool, he's going to go off around 7-5.
What a good competitive race, doubles. Wide open.
Yeah, it's hard to really love anybody in here, to be honest, and that's why I took a shot with Convertible Freeze, who I thought would be a better price, and I hope that he drifts a little bit from his current price.
Have we noticed any trends one way or the other on the main track?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we've seen logical results in those 2 races. Both of them were sort of outside stalkers, but they were also both supremely logical horses, and you don't want to make any biased determinations based on logical horses winning. Unless you want to see horses under or overperforming dramatically based on their position in the race or particularly on the racetrack.
3 of them at 3-1. Convertible Freeze 3-1, as is Charger, Maggie, and Al's Prince pictured.
Yeah, Al's Prince, if you can forgive him for that last race, I don't really know what happened that day. But look, he's run okay on the dirt, and we'll see how he handles it here today. But my problem with him is that he kind of just got a little bit hot in the paddock. Just not nervous, but just, you know, some of that kidney sweat, which some of these other horses just did not display. So off the back of a poor effort, albeit against tougher, I just couldn't wholeheartedly recommend him. But yes, he has run fast enough at times on the main track to be competitive, though the best race on that wet track that we saw 2 back. As do want to round back to number 4, Convertible Freeze. As I said, I wanted to watch him warm up. Well, he's moving a lot better than last time I had seen him, which when he was a late scratch back in May. I haven't covered his recent 3 races, but out here today, and I like what I'm seeing from him this time around. So we'll see how he does. But I ultimately defaulted to Charger here, your favorite, Lafitte. I just liked him on paper, and I liked him in the paddock, and both of those equal my pick.
All adds up to Maggie's selection, 2-1 Charger. First half of the claim, Rudy Rodriguez also owns Charger. Convertible Freeze at 7-2. Looking at these claiming races as we have the first part of this Thursday program, Andy, it's the biggest adjustment that you make as a handicapper. How do you look for somebody new to the game, and maybe they're accustomed to seeing Grade 1 races and the bigger races on weekends? For as a handicapper, when you're looking at these claiming races, what's the biggest obstacle for you?
Well, I'd start with what makes the best horses is not just their talent, but their consistency. The best horses have a level of consistency, and you can expect them to show up, whereas the lower level horses, they're usually not as reliable to show up. And so, to me, I somebody who looks for reasons to forgive a bad effort, like the second winner, Sweet Wife, dead rail. But I'm also not looking to forgive short-priced horses that just ran badly for no particular reason. Or I'm looking
drawing
for
a line through a race,
right,
for the sake of drawing a line through a race.
Yeah, the worst thing you hear me ever say is, throw out his last. Well, why are you throwing out his last? Was he in the wrong part of the racetrack? Was he involved in a hot pace that fell apart? Was he trying to close into no pace? What was the reason? And then people come up with excuses like they didn't like the track. Usually that's a lowest common denominator concept that didn't like the track. It's dirt, it's grass. They're okay with it. They usually have an excuse when they run subpar races, or else they're falling out of form. What attracted me to Convertible Freeze is, I thought I'd get better than 3-1, but keep in mind, Hometown probably would have been favored, and he scratched.
Sure.
But is that his last race showed a definitive return to form, and he ran, in my opinion, considerably better than it looks. Tough break, rushed up, pace collapsed, still almost won the race. And you compare him to Willie Sutton, the horse, the number 2 horse, and he ran astronomically better. I don't think I handicap that differently, but I think you have to be careful because these horses, once they sort of start to go the wrong way, if you can't make excuses, stay away from those horses, especially if they're dropping.
You like to see horses with some recency, the drawing a line through a race. You can arbitrarily go ahead and toss a race and manufacture an excuse, but you just need to understand that you're doing that in the if you want to do so, go ahead. But very often there's no real reason to simply draw a line through a race.
Right. People say that almost indiscriminately, and it's lazy. And the last thing I think you want to do as a horse player is be lazy. And you want horses that are in reasonably good form. And just because they're dropping doesn't mean it's a good idea. Listen, it's all part of the process of handicapping and what seems to work for you. But I think in general, you want to find horses that are better than they look on paper, or bet against horses that are worse than they look on paper. That horse ran really well because he got this great setup, or she got this great setup. That horse ran poorly because the setup was wrong. don't just dismiss late horses' races.
That way, at least you can lose intelligently.
Well, also, the price also dictates that. You can take a shot with a horse and be a little bit kind about, don't know why the race was bad. The horse is 12-1 and you want to make a case for it. Don't make that case for a horse at 2-1.
Cafe Fleur won, but not a great bet.
No, I don't think so. And I picked her second. I'm not shocked she won, but I don't need 6 to 5.
But not a great bet.
Look at the trip she got to win, and the pace got a lot hotter than you would have expected.
Andy has that colt on top, convertible freeze. Maggie with Charger. Time for the pick 6. Belmont at the Big A. Johnny I standing by.
We are set for race 4. And they're off. And it is a Charger. And on the outside, our boy Cheekham. Al's Prince not far behind. Umbria down towards the rail in 4th. Spectator List is in between horses and advancing from 5th. Then comes Convertible Freeze, along with Will E. Sutton and a big break back to Forever Wicked, who trails the field in 8th. They cross over now to the main track, and it's the gray Spectatorless, who has the lead. Umbria down at the rail runs in 2nd. Then comes Charger, our boy Cheekham far outside, the quarter 23 and 3. Al's Prince sits in 5th, about 3.5 off the lead. Then comes Convertible Freeze, and Will E. Sutton farther back in the field is Forever Wicked. As they approach the half-mile pole, it is Spectatorless who leads here by a little more than a length. Ran the opening half in 47 and 2. Right behind Spectatorless, it is the trio of Charger. On the outside, Convertible Freeze. Umbria down at the rail. Al's Prince is in 5th and now being asked for more. Then comes Will E. Sutton. Forever Wicked begins to pick it up from the back of the pack, and our boy Cheekham. And now they're at the top of the stretch, and now Convertible Freeze has taken over the lead. It's Convertible Freeze in front. Al's Prince drives up now on the outside. Forever Wicked continues to gain out in the middle of the track. Down at the rail is Spectatorless, and then Charger. It is Convertible Freeze on the inside and Al's Prince on the outside. Al's Prince and Convertible Freeze, and the two of them battle it out to the finish, and it is a head bob between Convertible Freeze and Al's Prince.
Just a $25,000 restricted claiming race, but a thrilling horse race with Convertible Freeze, Al's Prince in a slugfest, and Convertible Freeze able to repel Al's Prince in the shadow of the wire. Wow.
It's so funny to watch it because when they came in the stretch, I mean, Jose looked like a statue on Convertible Freeze. I thought this horse is just gin. And then here comes Al's Prince, and it looks like Al's Prince is going to go by, and he just kind of hung a little bit in the money. I don't know if there was some drifting or herding going on in here, but he really never got particularly in front. He's able to hold him safe, and he just ran his last race, like we said, an indication he's returning to form. And obviously the disappointment was Charger. He had a pretty easy trip. I mean, the pace was not that slow, but how far was Convertible Freeze from that pace? And you could see when Convertible Freeze came to him, he had nothing.
Off the board, Charger, 4-7-1-3. Andy's top selection at 3-1, and Convertible Freeze digging. An example of a lower level claiming horse who has some class, willing to fight, and claws his way to victory in this one.
Yeah, and I was happy to see the Cantermachis get a win. I mean, you know, Matt is such a good guy, and those just in general, the whole team doing well. And this was one where, I think this was one where the replay that we showed gives a very different picture because you just look at the race he ran and you compare it to Willie Sutton. It looks like he sat a little off Willie Sutton. He ran much better than that one, but he just had a nice trip off there. And then you see he broke from the rail. Oh, he's good at 1.8 miles at Saratoga. And then you watch that replay and it paints a completely different picture than you see by looking at this running line.
And the picture, the photo revealed, Convertible Freeze did hold on. Jose Ortiz aboard. 4-7-1-3 results when we return. Also, Thoroughbred Aftercare, retired racehorse project, looking after our thoroughbreds once the racing is over. That's next on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Exciting fourth race to kick off the Pick 6 Convertible Freeze. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. For the Cantamasi brothers, Convertible Freeze, Jose Ortiz turns back Al's Prince 4-7-1 in the fourth, kicking off the Pick 6. Belmont at the Big A, down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Please be joined by one half of the Cantamasi brothers, Ilkay here in the winner's circle. And Convertible Freeze, Andy pointed out the trip that he had last time at Saratoga. And two, we're finding horses that go the 9 furlongs, Ilkay, up there are having a lot easier time going the 1 turn mile here. Was that the case for him?
Yes, he was really better today. Last race, we like him so much. So last time in Saratoga, like he was doing all right, but nothing was like the this race. This race he was much the best. So, and he liked the track, I believe, over here. So it helps too.
Yeah, he rolled into the race very comfortably beneath Jose Ortiz. Now, you're missing your brother. He is in Turkey. For you guys, though, we've seen you have success here in the States for several years now. But coming over to this country, what was the biggest challenge that you faced?
Like we used to, my dad, he used to train over there overseas. So, like he did really good. And I came here first. We want to try something different. And when we have little by little success, so I brought Mert here, then we brought my dad, so we work family things, everybody together, and now we are here.
How special is it to do it with your family like that?
It's perfect because like we get along, you know, like I want everything the best, more than for Mert, you know, he means a lot to me. I can explain you how much I love him. It's important to me, so I think it's the family things is very important, and we never gonna get separated. We are always together, so it's big difference for us.
And you guys are always smiling. So keep at it. Well done here with Convertible Freeze.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You cannot find nicer guys on the backstretch. Their horses always look fantastic too, Lafitte, and I just love catching up with him, though we're missing Matt.
The brothers, long way from home, work very hard and doing a terrific job here.
Yeah, I think there's so much competition at the racetrack, but it feels like those guys are very popular. I've never heard anything but people say nice things and positive things, and with good reason. They're terrific guys. They work very hard, and it's nice to see them getting good results. A lot of people work hard here. It's not easy. It's a tough game.
Exciting fourth race here. We just saw Belmont at the Big A. Coming up next, 2-year-olds in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, into mischief. Maiden special weight. 6 furlong dash on grass. These 2-year-olds, $95,000 purse. And number 2, listen to the music, 7-5 with about 20 minutes to post. So those are 2-year-olds coming up. The horses you just saw in the fourth race, we consider them like older horses, right? 4- and 5-year-olds. But it's really not older when you consider most thoroughbreds live well into their late 20s, even early 30s in some case. And a big part of the reason there is such a focus on thoroughbred aftercare.
The Retired Racehorse Project runs the Thoroughbred Makeover every year. They do an incredible job really promoting these horses and giving them new careers after racing. RRP is an incredible organization. They do so much for thoroughbreds and the racing industry. Noble Kent, 97 starts, almost $400,000, in the money 49 times out of his 97 starts. It's just incredible.
And Noble Kent has now opened up a 6-length lead, 3-1 on Noble Kent. And Noble Kent will come home a decisive winner.
He's 13 years old this year, and he has plenty of years left in him to be a competitive sport horse. He's proven that he's very athletic, and even more important than that to me is that he is owned by a 16-year-old that rides with me.
This is my first straight off the track thoroughbred, and my first horse that I've ever owned also. I've owned Noble Kent since January of 2022, and since then he's been the sweetest horse I have ever had the opportunity to ride and let alone own. Him as a war horse has definitely made him a lot more trainable and has made this journey a lot more enjoyable for me.
They've already proven that they're good athletes. Another huge attraction is that they've had a lot of time under saddle.
He's been a very good teacher for her. He's been easy enough for a young kid to start.
He's quiet, he's kind, he's very forgiving. He's been so easy to teach how to jump. He's just amazing.
For me, being able to give him a second chance at life and being able to give him that experience is awesome.
Terrific story. For more information, the Retired Racehorse Project, visit www.therp.org. And a big event taking place, Retired Racehorse Project. It started yesterday. The Thoroughbred Makeover goes through October 15th. Maggie, I know this is something you hold very close to your heart, something you put a lot of effort into, Thoroughbred Aftercare, and an update on a recent champion, Whitmore, a former Breeders' Cup Sprint winner.
Yeah, and it was announced towards the end of last year that he would be retiring, and retired to a familiar face and Laura Moquette. Ron Moquette, his trainer throughout his career's wife and regular exercise rider, and she traveled all over the country with Whitmore, and now they're doing just the same in retirement as they are competing in competitive trail, one of many disciplines that we see at the RRP, and it sounds like from all the updates that he could be heading into the finals, which do take place on Sunday, October 15th, and he is just doing phenomenally. He looks almost even better than when he was a racehorse. I mean, Laura and Ron have just done an excellent job in retraining this horse, and for a horse that could be pretty hot. I mean, remember all of his antics behind the gate, the bucking, the double barreling at people? He's so relaxed, and see, that's what these thoroughbreds can do in retirement. They can completely change their mindset. They can transition from being a racehorse into so many different disciplines, and being a competitive trail horse, you have to focus. You cannot be afraid, as he was always a bold type of runner, but he's just really channeling that energy into a different career now, and it's so wonderful to see. He's one of many successful horses at the RRP this year. I know Rosie Napravnik Sharp does have Fast Boat, one of her husband Joe's former stakes horses, so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these horses compete, and I think Whitmore has a serious following, earner of over $4 million, Lafitte.
Such a popular thoroughbred Whitmore. For more information, the Retired Racehorse Project, you can visit www.therp.org. Andy, that video of Whitmore, that was today. That was from today, Whitmore.
It's amazing. It really is. It's really great to see all these different organizations doing so much for the horses moving forward. And I know Maggie and Acacia are much more involved than you and I are, but it's great to be involved. And you can't always be involved, but if you can give a few dollars, and tough to tell people if they should give money, but if you are and can, not the worst things to do. The horses are doing a lot of good for us.
Again, that website, www.therp.org. Coverage continues here. Belmont at the Big A. 2-year-olds are in the paddock. Time for the Pick 5. And there's the favorite, currently 9-5. Listen to the music for trainer Danny Gargan. 2-year-old sprinting on grass. Pick 5 is next. And the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Time for the Pick 5. Belmont at the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Time for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Freshmen are in the paddock. Maiden special weight, 6-furlong turf sprint. And he has Listen to the Music on top, 9-5, 12 minutes out.
Yeah, well, this is another horse that, if you watch the replay, this horse ran a lot better than it might appear first time out.
We'll revisit his debut in a moment. First, we check in with Maggie standing by in the paddock. What are you noticing from Listen to the Music? Favorite.
Lafitte, that he's a horse that I thought was fit in his debut, but if anything, he's more tucked up. And honestly, for me personally, I just wish that he was actually carrying a bit more conditioning out of the race. You know, I don't want to go that was fit first time to going to super lean. I'd rather them put on some muscle mass and conditioning when you're dealing with these younger horses. So there's that. And I really liked him first time out. He kind of got crowded at the start. Then he was hustled up to sit second. And then he just didn't really switch leads, and he got just very tired. But I will say that at that point at Saratoga, we had quite a bit of rain towards the tail end of the meet. And obviously when you run on the course so much, the water really gets into it at that point. So they were kicking it up, and there's every reason to believe that he was a horse that just really wasn't all that comfortable over it. Now, he's professional yet again, and he's fine here, but I thought there were maybe some interesting prospects, but I could definitely see him winning, as he's very much a turf horse. Honestly, I like the half a furlong he gets more here, going from 5.5 to 6. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if this horse eventually becomes decent at a mile. Moving on to number 1, Chiringo. I was not in the paddock for the debut, but watching his replay, he just seemed a bit green. Like, as our good friend Richie Migliore likes to say, he was running with the emergency brake on, kind of running in spots where he just really hadn't figured it out yet. Well, he came in here with a purpose. He was sharp forward on the muscle. I really like the way he's put together here for George Weaver. Looks like your quintessential turf sprinter. I think there's a move forward with this horse, and I think we will see a more professional effort in his second start. Now, speaking of no starts, that does include a first-time starter towards the outside in number 10, Best Defense. They paid nearly $500,000 for this son of Into Mischief. The dam was a multiple stakes winning turf sprinter. There really isn't much turf production, though, from her, and going back a generation, it was actually more dirt. And it's not like this is necessarily Todd's forte in debut. Whoa, number 5 acting up really badly, almost taking out my cameraman Robbie there for a second, who had the camera on the blind side. As number 10, Best Defense. Well, speaking of horses acting professional, he's acting professional here. And physically, he does look as though sprinting and probably the turf are ideal. But to be fair, he is not the most fit-looking first-time starter from the Pletcher barn that I've seen here. So we'll see how he does. Like I said, Lafitte, liking the 1 and 2 here who have experience.
Maggie, thanks so much. And looking at Best Defense, there's number 5, Bristol Channel. But Best Defense here, Andy, how does this work?
I don't get it. This horse was bred by Spendthrift Farm and is owned by Spendthrift Farm, but sold for $450,000 at auction, so didn't RNA. I'm just wondering if there's a story. Todd Pletcher's numbers with 2-year-old first-time starters in turf sprints the last 5 years are not good. What it really says is Todd isn't a trainer whose owners buy these kind of horses. And when he runs them in these races, it usually is an indication. Not always. Doesn't mean he can't have a really good horse. Doesn't mean this horse could be a stakes horse.
Sure.
But in general, it's kind of the lowest common denominator. It's not that good. They're not good enough to win dirt races, not really dirt horses. Now, this horse is Dam, 2 for 4 in turf sprints, 94 buyer. But Into Mischief, he has some success as a turf sire, but he's much more of a dirt sire. One of the great dirt sires in the game, one of the great sires in the game. It's Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz. So, of course, this horse is going to take money. So, at 7-2, is this horse live? I would say this horse is a little bit chilly because it has to be a short price just by the very nature of these two guys, for good reason.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. I have Best Defense at 7-2. Call to post. These 2-year-olds, this turf sprint. First one you're going to see is actually number 8, and Marty's Magic. There he is. And not this time, 2-year-old off the board in his first pair.
Has speed, has been terrible in the dirt, taken no money, and it's not exactly a screaming turf pedigree. It feels like they're just grasping at straws.
Chiringo, as Maggie mentioned, looked inexperienced, was inexperienced in his debut.
Yeah, I still don't think he ran that well, but a second-time starter can always improve.
Room to improve, indeed. Listen to the music. Manny Franco looking for a second win this afternoon.
I don't know. We'll try to show the replay, but this horse didn't break last time and rushed up into a pace that collapsed against reasonable horses. I think he's much the horse to beat. Agree with the public.
Don't let me down. Third in his debut at Saratoga, 25-1.
Yeah, that was a very weak field he's coming out of, though.
12-1 on his toes, and then 3-0, 6-race maiden.
He's coming out of some weaker fields, but as a new gelding, and I don't think it's impossible, can be forward.
Bristol Channel, fresh face by former champion English Channel.
Yeah, but it's not a screaming turf pedigree, especially going short first time out.
Golden Bird Forest by 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner Golden Sense.
A big price, a $6,000 2-year-old purchase.
38-1, long shot side by side here. Iron Man Jimmy and Kendrick Carmouche.
Did no running first time out. Really, and that taking up was a very mild steady, in my opinion.
And Carmouche had 4 wins last Thursday. Better get cracking. Kara's Prince off the bird in his first 5.
I'll let him know. I saw him earlier today. I told him to come up to the set and say hi. He told me to say hi to you. The guy doesn't have any idea how terrible a person you are. I'll let him know. I got plenty of time.
You'll keep it between us. Best Defense in the Spendthrift colors for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
I would love to know the story of how this horse sold for that money, ended up back with Spendthrift. And listen, there's pedigree there, but those connections, Irad, Todd, I don't know. I guess, but I won't be shocked if he wins. The Dam was a good turf horse.
Second choice at 7-2. Time for the pick 5. And on Saturday, the Belmont at the Big A contest. They're back and better than ever. Naira Bets have added $2,000 to the prize pool this week. You register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 tomorrow evening. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. Belmont at the Big A Saturday contest. There's another look at the favorite. Winding up, listen to the music. Let's revisit his debut right towards the end of Saratoga and what happened right from the start here, Andy.
Watch the head-on first, because he does this to himself. He hits the gate a little coming out, breaks out. So it's not like somebody came in and banged him. He just wasn't ready. Now, breaking from, the inside here, you do worry about that a little bit. But when you look at the pan, it gives you a better impression of how this affected him. You can see why it happened from the head-on. How did it affect him? Well, affect him? He broke about a length and a half slow, and he'd had to really rush up. You see Luis Saez is riding him to get out there, and he's going to run up into a pretty quick pace that day, a pace that sort of fell apart, and I think ran reasonably well in here. And you think, what if he had broken cleanly? Without nearly as much effort, he would have been in front. Now, he's going to have to break cleanly again today and do it from the inside. But usually with more experience, they'll break much better. And Manny Franco looking for his third win?
Second, I believe.
Hard to remember.
Yeah,
I feel like sitting with you, I feel like I've been on for days. It's like race 15 or something coming up here. And I think this is another horse that the replay paints a picture that suggests he can run a lot better today. Nobody's taking any money in here. It's weird, right?
It's the favorite, and then the Fletcher Connections and the Spendthrift Homebred that was also a $450,000 purchase in Best Defense.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe the horse can run, and we've seen Todd have good first-time stars going short, but in general, they run. You look at, I know the Dam won on the turf, but a Street Sense Dam and Into Mischief, did they really expect this horse to be a turf sprinter first time out? And once again, I'm not saying I think I have the horse as my second choice or third choice. Second choice. I picked a 2-10-1. But also, he could have taken a lot more money, and I think 3-1 is sort of lukewarm because nobody else taking any money. Now back to 7-2, what my friend Harvey Pack used to call the backflash. Always a bad sign.
A backflash.
In other words, going up, taking money, and then drifts back up. They're taking money that's supposed to keep coming in.
We just showed you, listen to the music, his debut, the experience, the improvement from start number 1 to start number 2. Same with Chiringo, who, as Maggie mentioned, just like running in spots in his debut. And with that race under his belt, with the experience, where they start to figure it out, and you can expect vast improvement.
Well, yeah, for me, and people look at races differently, I felt like this is a horse that got compromised right away. He broke a half to three-quarters slow and ended up back to last. So his position was never really good. Now he is not coming out of a particularly strong group. Al Stahl won that race a long shot. There was also a fast pace. The second horse was a Wesley Ward long shot first-time star that dueled with a heavy favorite of Wesley Ward's that had run. So he got a pace to close into, and I mean, Javi was riding him hard. Now listen, maybe as Maggie's suggesting, she feels this is a horse that will need that race and then be more professional today. But I'll tell you what, maybe he rode him hard because they knew the horse would need that start. He's taking an awful lot of money right now, but maybe he's taking money because there's absolutely nobody else to bet whatsoever, and the 10 is very chilly on the board.
With more on the 10 or Best Defense, Spendthrift. Maggie, what are you noticing here?
Could have speed, I don't know. It's just kind of something I picked up with the warm-up that we saw from Murad Ortiz. Really kind of gunned him away from the pony. Big gallop over to the backside, and does look like a horse that should be fairly quick just based upon his physical makeup. But like I said, he certainly isn't a wow factor, and Andy pointing out too that people aren't wowed by him by viewing the board here. So we'll see how he does. I definitely could not wholeheartedly suggest him, as we'll take a look at some other horses in here. Don't Let Me Down ran okay first time out. It's not something we typically see from Chris Engelhart, winning with 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf, and that's why he was 25-1 that day. But he kind of cruised into the race at the quarter pole like he was loaded for bear, and then he started lugging in late behind K by C later. he's a good-looking type, as we see the saddle adjustment here on him with Trevor McCarthy hopping off behind the gate. He was really bad in the post spray, just acting up. I mean, he didn't want to go with the pony. Trevor really did an excellent job of sticking with him, and then he wanted to run off down the backside. So I'm sure his saddle probably slid up a little bit on him. He does look as though he benefited from that race. He just looks more solid, just more together physically, just not mentally, as one that is a lot more together mentally is number 8, Marty's Magic. This is a horse that was acting up terribly in his debut. And then Horacio De Paz brought him over with a iron halter. So an iron halter is a piece of iron that serves as the part that goes around their nose with just a leather strap around their head, and you use it with just a cotton lead rope that hooks onto the front of it. And for whatever reason, horses actually pay attention quite well when you hook something to the front of their nose. It's kind of a distraction, if you will. I know that new lunging technology with horses off the racetrack, you can buy a piece of equipment that you hook it to the front of their nose, and they actually respond much better to that than something hooked to their mouth. And Horacio said that he was just so bad in rearing up the first time that they opted with this piece of equipment, and it's really done the trick as he's behaved well. I don't necessarily get the switch to the turf with him, though not this time. They can really handle any surface. He's been such a influential sire on either of the surfaces. I don't necessarily see it with him physically, but this is a horse that is coming along from race to race, Lafitte.
Progressing. Maggie better behaved. Marty's Magic hanging up there at 12-1 and trying a new surface.
Well, I think Marty's Magic is sort of the lone stranger to play. You got a very good trainer in Horacio De Paz. You have a second dam that was a good turf sprinter, even though the first dam was 0-5 on the grass and her production is 0-3 on the turf, but not this time. It's a Giants Causeway. This horse, what I don't like, was never took any money in the first 2 races, and they were determined to run the dirt because they ran twice in the dirt. But you're talking about a good trainer, and we don't know yet that he can't run on the turf. And it feels like quite a few of these that have tried the turf have not run particularly well at all.
Let's see what he does in his first turf spin. Marty's Magic at the gate. Time for the pick 5. Listen to the music. Your top selection, the 2-1 favorite at post time.
Yeah, I don't think this is anything clever, and I don't love this horse. 2-1 doesn't seem unreasonable to me because there's just nowhere else to go, at least logically in here. And I think this horse did a heck of a lot more running than the number 1, Chiringo. I understand the notion with Maggie, and listen, I've got this horse third. I get that notion, but the 2 did a lot more running in the actual race than the 1 did. The 1 you're hoping this horse, and Maggie, whose opinion we trust as much as anybody's, suggests that he can, but still, he's got to do it.
Maggie going with Chiringo. Andy, listen to the music. Time for the pick 5 in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Johnny I standing by.
Waiting for Bristol Channel, Kara's Prince, and Best Defense. They're all in. And they're off. Best Defense from the extreme outside. 3-0 now moves up. Listen to the music down on the inside. 3 of them across, and Marty's Magic running in 4th. Chiringo now advances from 5th, followed by Iron Man Jimmy in 6th. Golden Bird Forest is next in 7th. Don't Let Me Down, down at the rail, and in 8th. Then comes Kara's Prince, and Bristol Channel is the trailer in 10th. The leader is Listen to the Music through a quarter in 22 and 3. And a 3-0 is right behind in 2nd. A break of 2 lengths. Chiringo down at the rail. Best Defense on the outside. They're heads apart 3rd and 4th, with Iron Man Jimmy racing in 5th. Then it is Marty's Magic and a Golden Bird Forest. Tough to handle there on the extreme outside, being passed by Don't Let Me Down. They are at the top of the stretch, the half in 46 and 3. Listen to the music, holding on to the lead here. 3-0 is all out in 2nd, with Chiringo next in 3rd. Best Defense on the far outside, an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Listen to the music, trying to hang in there for another 1/16 of a mile. Here comes Chiringo on the outside. Listen to the music, and Chiringo, listen to the music. It is Chiringo by a neck. Listen to the music was 2nd. And 3-0 was 3rd.
Plugging away, and Chiringo able to wear down the favorite. Listen to the music in this 5th race, Belmont at the Big A, to kick off the pick 5.
Yeah, no excuse whatsoever for the favorite in this race. Listen, music broke well. Manny did all the right things, had the lead, just couldn't hold off the horse. Got an excellent trip, an excellent ride from Javier Castellano, and the best horse won. And the second best horse finished second, and the 10 ran a little bit, but in reality, not that much. The only sort of surprise a little bit, the 4, who actually may have been the 4th choice.
Listen to the music. Manny Franco doing everything he can. Maggie's top selection. Chiringo collars him late. 2 wins on the afternoon. Javier Castellano.
Yeah, listen, riding very well.
Winning trainer George Weaver. Chiringo. Bolt Doro Colt graduating in his 2nd career start. The improvement, not so much running in spots in this race. Right here finds his best stride. And look, listen to the music he fired. Chiringo just wears him down late.
It's interesting looking at the times. Obviously, this was a super strong group, but they moved the rails out. And I think in moving the rails out, the horses are in a part where they're a little bit slower. I read talking about some give in the ground when he was talking to Richie earlier today on the inner, and this is on the outer. And I don't think this is a killer field, but I also think this time a little on the slow side. It feels like maybe the ground a little bit more give on it, because did we really get any rain the last few days?
Not much.
I don't remember any.
Not much.
Yeah.
How about Bolt Doro? What an exciting 2-year-old he was. Spendthrift stallion, sire of Chiringo. Good
Turning
colt.
out to a
really good colt.
Solid
and
turf
the numbers
sire,
are,
too.
yeah. Chiringo here. 1, 2, 4, 10 in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Results coming up shortly. And we're stepping aside. You're off to a good start this afternoon. Do you love anybody the remainder of the program?
No, I have some small ideas. I think the 4 predetermined is interesting as a possible mild upsetter in race number 6. Same with Queen of Lies, the 5 in the 7th race, possible upsetter. I like the favorite in the last. Nothing clever going on. Nothing clever so far. I've had some winners, but they've been short prices.
Still have the late pick 4 coming up, the Thursday feature. And that's coming up next here on America's Day at the Races with Acacia Clement, Richie Migliore taking over into the winner's circle with Chiringo. Javier Castellano, 2nd win in the afternoon. Tomorrow's feature, the Glen Cove Hall of Famer Bill Mott with Poppy Flower. Very impressive in the Galway. Spinner wheels at Kentucky Downs, 9 to 5 in the morning line. That's tomorrow's feature, the Glen Cove. You'll see it right here on Fox Sports 2. Coverage continues.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on a Thursday afternoon here. Belmont at the Big A, and another win on the card for Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano and Javier Chiringo. You could see in his debut that he was just green. He didn't really know what was going on. But talk about how much he developed now in this second start.
Exactly what I say, Maggie. You know, the horse is very green a little bit, first time start. A lot of people you got to go through first time start in Saratoga, the crowd, the people. There's so much going on to go through the race. I think he's basically paid off for today. He did good foundation mentally. He prepared the horse for the race. I like the way he did today. Very professional behind the horses, behind the speed. A split horse, he finished really well. Those kind of type of horses we're looking for in the future. The way he did it the first time, developing the races. I think, unfortunately, the first time, I not disagree. I'm not disappointed at all, and I like the way he paid off today.
Yeah, really well ridden by you, saving ground, tipping out, and fighting to the wire. And you said, I like a horse later on, and I'm sure you, as with many people, were glad that we didn't get quite as much rain as forecasted on the turf. Call Me Harry, though, first off the claim for Joe Sharp, really took to the mile up at Saratoga. He's at that distance again today.
I really like the horse, the way he did it last time in Saratoga. Today, very lucky so far. We don't have much rain so far. Maybe later on, hopefully we beat the rain. I think the horse can appreciate the turf, the distance. I think I really like the horse today. Hopefully we can get it done.
All right, well, let's keep fingers crossed for you. Maybe 3, maybe 4 more. We'll see. Congratulations, though, on your 2 wins thus far.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Chiringo, as I found out from the owners of the George Weaver trainee, that it's a bar in Florida. Well, you always got to name horses after things you like. As I know 2 people I like, they're joining the show right now. Acacia Clement and Richie Migliore, who's back in action on the desk. Hey, guys.
Hey, Maggie, and thank you. The feeling is so mutual, as Richie and I happy to be here with you to take you through the rest of the show. Javier Castellano with a couple wins already on the card, and as we heard him talking with Maggie, Richie, it's been so fun following the Hall of Famer and really kind of the resurgence of all of the wins he's been having here on the circuit over the last couple of years.
Been riding really well, and you know, sometimes you don't know exactly what a rider's going through. The more years you ride, the more physically demanding it is on your body, and sometimes you're a little banged up, you're hurt, you're riding through injuries, and then it kind of messes with your psyche, and you start pressing, and your confidence level isn't where it needs to be. Well, I tell you what, it's come full circle. Javier looks sound, he looks healthy, and he looks like he's really enjoying himself.
He's been a lot of fun to continue watching as he brings home that 2-year-old. I have to find out where this bar is. Chiringo, $9.30 winner in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Able to run down your heavy favorite Experience. Runs 1-2 as we move on to race number 6 coming up next here at Belmont at the Big A. It'll be sprinting on the main track, going 6.5 furlongs. Non-winners of 2 in life for 16,000. Freudian currently 6-5. More in the 6th race in a moment, but we have quite a bit of stakes action to look forward to, including here tomorrow, Richie. On Friday, the Glen Cove sprinting on the turf came up a salty field and a really fun one as well. As we'll take a look for the 3-year-old fillies here. Poppy Flower is 9-5 on the morning line for Belmont. Multiple stakes winner. She disappointed as the favorite last time in the Music City at Kentucky Downs, as we often talk about some horses just don't handle the course configuration and the surface. Big effort in the Galway, 2 starts back, and in the Coronation Cup 3 back, I think it's worth remembering as well that she actually had thrown Jose Ortiz and acted up in the gate pretty badly, still ran second.
Yeah, and I'll forgive that race at Kentucky Downs. Some horses just don't handle the undulation. They lose confidence. They lose their balance. We know that she's a strong closing sprinter. She does have to work out a trip from the rail, but isn't that the case with all turf sprints? And this was a big effort here in the Galway. Loved the way she finished, and you could see how confident Jose Ortiz was there. He kind of turned his crop over before he actually even hit the front. Knew his momentum was going to carry him home.
Gave her some nice pats coming down past the wire, as well as she's a filly that has been remarkably consistent throughout her career when sprinting on the turf for trainer Belmont, and looking to pick up another stakes win tomorrow. So take a look at what other kind of stakes action we have to look forward to over the next few days here in New York. Of course, the Glen Cove on Friday, the Sands Point featuring the Breeders' Cup winner Pizza Bianca, looking to pick up another graded stakes win. Talk about a salty race that came up. And on Sunday, we wrap up the week with the Floral Park. As we take a look at the field for the aforementioned Sands Point, it'll be a 1 1/8 on the turf for 3-year-old fillies. And here's a look at just one main track only of Baby Man Pizza Bianca, drawn to the outside for trainer Christophe Clement and her regular rider Jose Ortiz, as she makes her first start back since trying to grade Group 1 Coronation Stakes at Royal Ascot.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's great about this game. These horses can take you all over the world. Bobby Flay was so into it. She was not embarrassed in the Coronation Stakes. She was facing the best the world has to offer, beating 7 1/4 lengths. I loved her effort here in the Hilltop. You could see there was a plan, and Jose Ortiz executed the plan. He took her back. He made one run, go back to her scintillating run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. It was a very similar kind of trip where she was able to kind of knife her way through a field, basically like a hot knife through butter here. I mean, just found every gap, and just a beautiful finishing filly, beautiful turn of foot. She's had plenty of time to get over her trip to Ascot, just in time for a fall campaign.
Jose Ortiz going to be in the saddle once again as the filly by Fastnet Rock makes her first race back since trying the Royal Ascot meeting, as Eminent Victor for trainer Chad Brown also comes in. This filly comes out of a disappointing effort where she had trouble in a wire-to-wire winner in the Lake Placid. Her race 2 starts back, in the Lake George was very impressive, as she was beaten just a nose behind her stablemate and arguably ran the better race that day.
Yeah, I mean, she really ran tremendous and was able, to run her stablemate to a nose where her stablemate basically got that dream run up the inside. Even when horses are held up in traffic on turf, to me, it's not a big deal. It just intensifies their turn of foot when they get room, because it forces the rider to stay on pause, and you always have more time on turf.
That's what's coming up. But taking a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports, Southern California, or San Diego, very glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon, live from Aqueduct Racetrack. Belmont at the Big A. Meet continues. Acacia Clement alongside Richard Migliore, Maggie Wolfendale with us as well. As Richie, we were just talking about some of the exciting stakes action we have to look forward to this weekend here in New York.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Pizza Bianca back in action. She's just such an explosive filly, great turn of foot, and I love those closers. And she's not only a good closer, she's brave. She'll basically run through the eye of a needle.
And we'll see her on Saturday in the Grade 2 Sands Point here at this Belmont at the Big A meet. More on all of the exciting action to come, including a continuation of today's live racing. And what a year for Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez. A milestone victory this summer at Saratoga, but so much more that encompasses his legacy.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
as always, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Glad to have you with us. As we mentioned before the break, for Hall of Fame jockey John Velazquez, what he's done on the racetrack, his accomplishments speak for themselves. But more than anything, it's what he's done off the racetrack that will continue to live on with his legacy. John Velazquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 4 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. The 50-year-old has been instrumental in the success of many aspiring jockeys, such as the Ortiz brothers and Javier Castellano. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velazquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velazquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. It's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was on the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velazquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 18, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always look out for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, helping horse racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, you know, a little too aggressive. So he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way. So he tried to teach me good things. So thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockeys Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velazquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
Well, it's a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
Hall of Fame jockey John Velazquez, the 5-star general indeed, Richie, as we saw him have that incredible milestone this summer at Saratoga, 1,000 wins up at the Spa. And not only the measure of that success, but the way the crowd and his fellow riders reacted in response to that very impressive victory.
Well, people respect someone that has these remarkable accomplishments, but they also conduct themselves with so much class and selflessness. I don't honestly know where he finds the time or the energy to advocate for so many things for riders that he does, and then obviously he's excellent at what he does. He's one of the greatest riders that I've ever seen and had the privilege to ride with, certainly.
The crowd at Saratoga reacting, applauding his fellow riders from the colony, and they're silked from that race getting into the winner's circle to celebrate that milestone. And this weekend, another big win for John Velazquez. Malathaat in the Spinster as she will march forward onto the Breeders' Cup Distaff, where it's a very deep division, the Distaff this year, but she has continued to mark herself as the leader of the division as of yet.
She's just remarkably consistent, and with the addition of blinkers, I really like what I'm seeing for her staying in the bridle. And The Spinster was different from Malathat in that she drew away. She's not a horse that wants to win by a lot, and she drew away. Maybe, you know, she was just that much better than him, but I like that she asserted herself that way.
She faced some nice horses in that race as well, including the likes of Latruska, as, again, not including the Spinsters, the last race for this chart here. Malathat the winner last time out, of course, coming off of that personal ensign win 2 starts back. A little bit of a disappointing effort from Latruska, who was so dominant last year going into the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
You know, but she is a bit older now, and all athletes, whether human or equine, tend to lose a step with age, and maybe she's just not quite as good. Still a champion. You got to admire Latruska. I just don't see that same sparkle in her.
Malathat, meanwhile, though, she has the sparkle. So does her stablemate, Nest, who's the 3-year-old filly. You've got Search Results Clairiere waiting in the wings as well. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, deep division, and I think Nest is a bit of the story. The 3-year-old trying to kind of upset the apple cart with a really good group of older fillies and mares.
That's the Breeders' Cup Distaff coming up the first week of November. We turn our attention back to today. Not Breeders' Cup level, but all part of the game nonetheless. Race 6, non-winners of 2 in life. Horses stepping onto the track and turf to dirt for the number 1, Our Girl Faith, to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, her one try in dirt left a lot to be desired. I would have to really turn it around.
For what it's worth, that was against Maiden Special Weight Company as a 3-year-old back in October of last year. Here's My Delicious,
who's been showing good speed, could be a part of the pace here. Feels like she'd also have to improve a bit.
She comes off of a 3rd place finish last time out. Here's the 3, Game Theory.
Game Theory would be a surprise, although she had some races at Belmont earlier this year that were pretty good. She's also making her 15th start of 2022.
Here's a lightly raced one, Predetermined.
I thought she was very interesting. Her first race at Keeneland was good. Her second race at Belmont was good. Then she tried much tougher, tried turf. I like her getting back to the dirt and dropping.
Blinkers on Sweeter. Here's your favorite, Freudian.
Yeah, Freudian, you can understand why she's favored, but she also has 1 win, 5 seconds. I worry about that.
Keen Dancer, a big price.
Yeah, and I think deservedly so. Another one that's heavily raced this year, making her 13th start.
And Merger of Equals.
I thought she was interesting. She certainly broke her maiden in good style for 25, and feels like she'd have to improve off of her Finger Lakes form, but they do bring her back down here.
Freudian, your favorite, and that makes sense, Richie, as she is taking a big drop in class.
Big drop in class. I just always wonder when a horse starts to accumulate so many more seconds than wins, if they have that true desire to be the herd leader.
Even money right now, so take a look at her race when she broke her maiden 2 starts back.
Yeah, and this was, for maiden 40, and she ran 7/8 and got a good figure doing it. And, under an extended drive, and it took her the length of the stretch to work her way by the 2 horses on the lead. And again, I get the impression, Acacia, and maybe I've got it 100% wrong, she seemed pretty content to be there. It's just she's lucky that the filly inside of her tired late, and she was able to run by her.
Yeah, she was able to get the win that day. Tried $35,000 types at Gulfstream last time out, where she finished 4th, taking the drop in class, coming here to New York. We'll see what she has to offer. For more in this field, we welcome in once again Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, everybody looking for their 2nd win of their career. Who's going to get it today?
That is the eternal question, Acacia, as we'll take a look at number 1, Freudian here. It's amazing to me that a horse named Freudian isn't a New York bred, though the Freud comes from the bottom side, as it's the grandsire, or he's the grandsire, I should say. Side note, I'm wondering why this horse has never been on the turf. She has a massive turf hoof, and some of her better races have come on sealed tracks, but that's neither here nor there right now. I agree with Meg in that she's a bit of a one-paced individual, and she's going to need things to go well, I think, and nobody else to really show up, which could happen because many of these haven't shown up in their recent races. She's fine. She was actually fairly sharp. I have no experience with how she typically behaves prior to her starts, as this is her first start here at NYRA Circuit. She's okay. I did notice she had a scratched cornea. I'm not sure how long she's had that, which is just the discoloration on a horse's eye. So sometimes it has a bearing, but sometimes if they've been running with it throughout their career, it really won't bother them that much. So we'll move on to number 4, Predetermined. I too, like Meg, was interested in her coming back. I can't suggest her, though. I mean, she looks a little bit better than the last time I had seen her, and she's coming off a bit of a freshening. She is very fit, but I know she had glue-on shoes, and she just took an awful while to warm up here beneath Human Harkey, and this is the right spot for her, but I could not endorse her watching her in the warm-ups. As number 5, Sweeter, I kind of want to give another shot to. I thought it was interesting that they protected her coming back off of the long layoff. She did absolutely no running, but she is a horse that does need the pace to come back to her a little bit, as she does apply blinkers for the very first time. Just a shortcut cheater blinker, and I had noted how much she'd grown and filled out, but then in retrospect, maybe that filled out appearance, quote unquote, was her being maybe not as fit as she needs to be, as she is a bit more tucked up this time around. So we'll see, can she move forward from that effort? She's a big price of 12 to 1. I landed honestly on the horse that just looks best. Not that that usually wins these types of races, but number 8, Merger of Equals, for Linda Rice. Now, last time Queen's Dancer, she wired the field basically that day up at Finger Lakes. It was a sloppy track. It just did not seem as though she was necessarily handling the going. We saw a repeat winner, or a next time out winner, I should say, in the second place finisher. The winner came back to, albeit run second, with a 74 buyer. So actually a decent looking race up there at Finger Lakes, and she looked best. She moved best out there. Sometimes, and really emphasis on the sometimes, Acacia, that's all it takes to win these races.
And at 5 to 1, worth trying. Maggie, thank you. Merger of Equals coming in from Finger Lakes for Linda Rice. And she did claim this New York bred filly, Richie, and it's interesting, she actually hasn't runner in New York bred company even since then, but running up in those races at Finger Lakes and having the opportunity to be competitive there. And I guess it's just now with Merger of Equals being logical and saying if she comes back to the NYRA circuit, this would be where she belongs.
Well, I find it interesting, though, that she ran an allowance company at Finger Lakes, and there's no shortage of New York bred allowance races up there, that she was running against open company there. You know, would you even venture a guess as to why they would not?
No, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
And listen, I'm not saying that those were any tougher or easier than New York breds, because our New York bred product is pretty strong.
Yeah.
But I just, thought that was kind of interesting. She gets back down here for 16. Well drawn outside. Jose Lascano's been riding in tremendous form as well. A rider we talk about often, Acacia, that gets overlooked a little bit. That, so many good riders here, and all he does is quietly go out there and do his job consistently day in and day out. Loved his ride on More Like Goddess.
Big win for War Like Goddess against the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic last weekend. He'll be aboard Merger of Equals. He rides quite a bit for Linda Rice, and he's third in the standings right now. Irad Ortiz well ahead with 24 wins with the meet so far, but some guys busy traveling, going to Keeneland or elsewhere, and it kind of allows, I think, at this time of year for maybe some others to get some other opportunities, like Jose Lascano picking up the mount on More Like Goddess.
Yeah, and also winning the Vosburg.
Yep.
I mean, see,
Elite Power.
He's really been, again, just a gem of consistency. And this time of year, everybody's focus shifts. It seems like right after Saratoga, the focus shifts for riders, especially Breeders' Cup.
Yeah.
Getting their Breeders' Cup mount, protecting their Breeders' Cup mounts, traveling around to kind of sort through who they want to ride on the big day.
Well, we'll see, as it'll be fun to follow going forward. We have this 6th race coming up, and you did go with Predetermined.
I did. I wish I had heard Maggie's comments before I actually picked her, but I just thought she made a lot of sense on paper. She's lightly raced, and she's had 2 races that were good enough to be competitive here, and then I thought she had excuses in her other 2.
Well, we'll see what's going on here. The number 1, Our Girl Faith, giving the starting gate crew a bit of trouble there. She must have the tendency to be a little quirky going into the gate.
Yeah, you see sometimes horses that make that move towards the gate and balk. They'll turn them a few times, almost disorient them a little bit, and then get them to step forward into the starting gate.
My Delicious goes in. Your favorite continues to be the 6, Freudian for Peter Walder, and leading jockey Irad Ortiz. Race 6 coming up next. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
We are set for the 6th. And they're off. Merger of equals from the outside. Now moving up is My Delicious. And Predetermined is right there, along with Game Theory and the big favorite, Freudian. It's a four-way battle up front. Predetermined, Freudian, Game Theory, My Delicious at the rail. Merger of equals and Our Girl Faith. They're heads apart. Then comes Keen Dancer. And trailing the field is Sweeter in 8th. Opening quarter, 23 1/5 seconds. Game Theory has come away with the lead. The lead's a half length. Predetermined's in between horses, and the heavy favorite Freudian on the outside. My Delicious is now back running in 4th. It's a break of 3. Sweeter is on the move and up into 5th. Then Our Girl Faith, and at the back of the pack, Merger of Equals and Keen Dancer, and they're all chasing Game Theory. Big Long Shot has the lead at the top of the stretch after a half and 46 4. It's Game Theory in front. My Delicious and Predetermined, they're right together. Freudian has dropped out of it. Then comes Sweeter. It is Game Theory with the lead inside the 8th pole. Game Theory's in front by 4 lengths. Game Theory is a big price here, a price of 36 1. And Game Theory brought her game today, won by 6 lengths. Predetermined completes a very big exacta.
Game Theory at a huge price of 36 1. Not the biggest upset we've seen in the last couple of weeks, though, Richie, as she cuts back in distance. And as you had mentioned in the post-race, she had some races on the go-back. It had just been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, it just seemed like her recent form kind of, that her form had deteriorated. But it's interesting, the improved speed she showed today under Omar Hernandez Moreno. And she just kept finding. And midway around the far turn, after she had kind of shook off a little bit of that early pressure, her ears were flicking back and forth. And I said, man, this filly got very happy. And sometimes with lower level horses, getting in that position where their confidence kind of blows up and they don't get discouraged. And I have a theory about this. When you have apprentice jockeys and, Omar Hernandez Moreno, I mean, he didn't have the bug here. So did he lose his bug? He's a 7-pound bug, so I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But riders that don't get as many opportunities, they're just so enthusiastic and so happy to be out there that they give horses every opportunity to win. And horses feed on energy. They feed on positive energy. Why do we see young riders win on so many long shots? Because they're not, once you get to be an older rider, in case you look at a form and go, why am I on this horse? She's 35 1. What did my agent do to me? And you've already defeated yourself. I love positive attitudes, and I think that came into factor here.
Omar got his first win at Saratoga this summer. The excitement, just the sheer energy when he came into the winner's circle was really fun to see. And you could see just how happy he was to get this win. Game Theory going wire to wire. In fact, your favorite off the board, it was 3-4-2-5. That'll be some superfecta.
Yeah, some real big prices here. And Freudian was in that scrum early, but she was the first one to kind of throw in the towel.
When we come back, we'll talk about an individual, Michael Dubb, who's made quite an impact on New York racing, but even more so on the backstretch and what he's done to look towards the future.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Big balloons in the 6th race, a wire-to-wire winner with Game Theory, a big price. Omar Hernandez Moreno in the saddle, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Omar, Acacia, and actually Eddie Jones, owner and trainer of Game Theory. Omar, you were a late addition, so after entry, so that's why you had to ride with the regular weight allowance, but it made no difference today. You were aggressive with her, and it paid off.
Yes, I actually, when I saw it in the morning, saw it, I was like, oh, 120, 21, but, you
can have a sandwich!
Yeah, but, we always try to ride hard, and we always try to get a win.
Now, speaking of sandwiches, I thought it was funny. Everybody congratulating you. Obviously, you're well liked in the room, but Amin Castillo and you and Jose said that whoever finishes last, sandwiches are on them. Is that something you guys kind of mess around and do a lot?
Yeah, we try to get a competition together, whoever, we try to push each other a little bit, and, that's what it's all about.
And supporting each other. You're such a nice guy, always have a smile on your face. I'm sure it's easy to get along with you in the room.
Oh yeah, no, I'm the nicest. I could get along with anybody, and it's. I think it's just part of every job, to get it well with each other, and because at the end of the day, we got to come back safe, and that's all that counts.
Riding here this winter?
Yes. Hopefully we're staying. We're gonna stay, and hope to get some wins.
I think you're well on your way. Congratulations here, though, with Game Theory.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Omar Hernandez Moreno putting her on the lead, being aggressive, and always wearing a smile. Acacia?
Always with a smile, Maggie. $74 winner, and he should be smiling. He doesn't have to buy sandwiches for anybody.
That's great. I love that. Keep yourself motivated there and try not to be last. But Game Theory, $74, and it just goes to show you when a horse gets in a position where they're happy and they're comfortable, they can and often do outrun their odds.
So for those who might have been a little bit confused about the weight, Maggie clarifying there, when you enter a horse, you need to name a jockey. If it's a late jockey change, then the weight that horse was entered with is what they will run with.
Yeah, to get the apprentice allowance, you have to claim that apprentice allowance when you make the entry. And that kind of bodes well for Omar because winning without the allowance shows that he can compete on the square.
Congratulations to Omar getting that win with Game Theory and a big price. But as we mentioned before the break, we've talked a lot the last couple of weeks about looking after our own here at the New York Racing Association. Owner Michael Dubb has been a mainstay on the Naira circuit for years. His pink and yellow silk, so recognizable. But one thing that he has contributed even more, and I'm sure would prefer to be remembered for, is his contributions to the community.
It's close. A dandelion.
Terrifying. No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day.
Where's
It's a dandelion.
People ask me, you know, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate, the Belmont Child Care Association is the greatest thing I've been involved in. And it's not me, it's we. I mean, you know, this is a team effort. Jerry said, you know, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. You know, Jerry, I'm a builder. I've always wanted to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. You know, picture going into school and you have a problem with, you know, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that, and now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do. And it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And, you know, when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. You know, it's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, you know, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, you know, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
What Michael Dubb has done with Anna House and Faith House is just so wonderful and so appreciated. You can check out the Belmont Child Care Association, and please consider supporting the children of the Backstretch. They do such wonderful work in providing a future and opportunities, as some of the things that Michael talked about.
Yeah, I just love it. I love the way it came to fruition. Jerry Bailey and Michael Dubb friends talking about it, you know, identifying a need. And the parents of these kids work so hard. They're up in the dark, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning in the barn, having to take your kids with you to work because you don't have the luxury of someone at home to watch them. Usually both parents working in the barn and kids sleeping in the car until, you know, their parents are done work. Well, now they have this outlet, and it's just an amazing, wonderful thing to watch.
It really is. I'm so grateful to all that Mike Dubb has contributed. As Maggie, I know that you, personal experience and all of the work that you've done with the BCCA, seeing the success firsthand of Anna House.
Yeah, Acacia, talk about things coming full circle, too. The first graduate of the Anna House program, Jonathan Estrada, is now up this year for the Godolphin Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award for newcomer to the industry with Dave Donk. So, you know, it shows you what good Anna House can do, instilling just a good education, instilling a sense of community as well. And Jonathan actually spoke at the BCCA fundraiser this year in Saratoga and literally made me cry, because I was a child on the backstretch with both my parents working in the barn. That luckily, you know, my mom had the luxury of having a tack room or an office where I could sit and get my homework done and all that fun stuff. But for these kids to have the Anna House and the Faith House, whom my children go to during Saratoga, in their state-of-the-art facilities, these are wonderful places, and just have great teachers as well to look after them. So I can't speak more highly of the BCCA and what it has done for the backstretch community at NYRA.
Filling such an important niche here, Maggie. Thank you. And it was so special getting the opportunity to see Jonathan this summer. And I know Dave Donk and all of the team so proud of everything that he has done as well as a graduate of Anna House. And as we continue talking about all of these great features and all of these programs, it's the overarching theme, Richie. Maybe we're a dysfunctional family, horse racing, but a family nonetheless. And so important to look after all of those people who make this sport possible.
Absolutely. I think that's well said. At times, a dysfunctional family, people that compete against each other as well. But, you know, I was fortunate enough. I came up at the racetrack as a kid, 14 years old, living at Belmont Park, and everybody looked out for each other. We ate together at picnic tables. When I was getting ready to ride my first race, our day watch lady sewed my name in all my socks and underwear, T-shirts, because she knew they'd go into community laundry in the jockey's room. So, you know, these little simple kindnesses that maybe sometimes are taken for granted really make a huge impact and go a long way.
You can check out more information on the Belmont Child Care Association and all of the great work that they do. When we come back, we'll continue on with our live racing on this Thursday afternoon for Belmont at the Big A. The 7th race coming up next, and there is Tough Street. Used her speed last time out and finished second. Will she get to the winner's circle and break her maiden today?
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
And the final fence here, and Snap Decision has run up alongside of the Mean Queen, and the two of them turn for home in the Grand National. They're side by side, these two nemesis, Snap Decision and the Mean Queen. The Mean Queen's got it on the inside, Snap Decision on the outside. Oh, they're putting on a show. Here's the wire. It is the Mean Queen by a half a length.
What a race in the 2021 Grand National between the Mean Queen and Snap Decision. It was so fun, Richie, following these two athletes throughout the year. Sadly, the Mean Queen sidelined right now, but we will get a chance to see Snap Decision in this year's Grand National. And by see, I really mean see. You and I are heading to Far Hills this weekend.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It's racing in its purest form, and I love watching horses in any discipline, watching the best do what they do well. And Snap Decision's been in great form. He was defeated last time but came off a scintillating win in the Jonathan Shepard in Saratoga.
Defeated last time behind Noah and the Arc, who will be in this race as well, but Snap Decision was absolutely sensational this summer up at Saratoga in the Jonathan Shepard, as we saw him carrying 164 pounds. It's going to be even weights. He's carrying 156 this weekend. Quite a difference versus how he won the Jonathan Shepard and the 168 he had to carry last time in the Lonesome Glory.
Yeah, 168 last time. Equal weights with everybody this time, 156. He's rated much higher on the scale. And just to give you an idea, Noah and the Arc, who got a tremendous ride last time and was really good, won by 9, he carried 140 pounds that day compared to 168, a 28-pound swing in weights going 2.5 miles.
Yeah.
Now they're equal weights. I mean, that certainly sways it in Snap Decision's favor by a long way.
Can't wait to see him, as you saw, wiring the field in that Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard up at Saratoga this summer. He's a tremendous horse, an 8-year-old who we remember starting out on the flat with Shug McGahee and has turned out to be just a star over the jumps.
He's got that pedigree, all that good Phipps family blood that just, puts so much stamina into these horses. And he's found something that he likes to do, something that he loves and he's good at, he excels at. Fun to watch. I'm so excited to go to Far Hills. I'm really looking forward to it.
We'll be joined by Joe Clancy as well. You will have seen him this summer up at Saratoga, so you can tune in to America's Day at the Races on Saturday. Of course, we'll have all the racing from Belmont at the Big A, plus special coverage of Far Hills. As we get back here to Belmont at the Big A today, race number 7 coming up next, 3-2 right now on Tough Street. We head down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
And Acacia, trying to take a look at some of the lesser experienced rivals to Tough Street today, although I had no problems with her whatsoever and do think she belongs as your favorite up there. But a second-time starter in number 2, Flattering Gal, she has really moved forward from that first start. My biggest complaint was that she lacked a bit of a hind end. Well, she's put that on and then some here, and like her kind of, overall disposition here, concentrating but not exuding too much energy, just forward and nicely into the bridle with her handler on her head. I just thought she was a little bit interesting dropping down. Look, she didn't run much at all, and Irad Ortiz climbs aboard, which is a good and a bad thing in that it's a good sign he takes them out, but a bad sign when you're trying to get a better price. As we'll move on to number 5, Queen of Lies. She has never been on the main track, and her sire is predominantly a turf sprinter and influence in that way. The dam ran in France unsuccessfully, but the half, actually a 2-year-old, debuted and won sprinting on the dirt and then ran second in the Best Pal Stakes out in California. So there's some pedigree for her to handle the dirt on the bottom side, though she has much more of a turf hoof to her. And furthermore, since I've watched her this year, she's really not gone on physically. I mean, this was a filly that showed up really solid, carrying a lot of weight and conditioning, and it's kind of gone by the wayside with this drop in class as well. So I can't wholeheartedly endorse her here based upon the way she looks here in the paddock, especially given the conditions of this 7 furlongs on the main track, as number 7, Uptown Express, drops down immediately after, I mean, not much of a debut, though Can't Hurry Love wired the field that day. It was kind of a pace that more or less stayed together, and it was a sloppy track, so I feel as though you can forgive her a little bit, but it's kind of a negative sign for the immediate drop, as well as the wraps going on here. But she was a big price that day, to be fair, and she comes in here extremely fit for Bruce Brown. I wasn't in the paddock that day for the debut, but I like what I'm seeing from her, at least from the preparedness perspective of things. Look, she's not the most athletic looking as far as conformation, but still a horse that has some upside in here. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. She's 8-1. Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez going to be aboard. There's Manny Franco, Kendra Carmouche, Dylan Davis. Sharing some jokes. I wonder if they're making any more sandwich bets.
I don't know, it seems all a little too friendly to me. There's supposed to be a certain amount of animosity, tension between these guys. You're out there competing for the same thing.
Saw Manny Franco in those silks of Michael Dove. He'll be aboard your favorite number 9, Tough Street, as this horse has that early speed. Richie, she's had 3 races on the main track, 2 in maiden special weight, 1 for maiden 25. All 3 have been second place finishes.
Yeah, but she's speedy, and we saw that speed, how dangerous speed can be in the last race. Horse went wire to wire. Maybe Tough Street just has a little bit of a pace advantage. I'm curious about the 7. Maggie talked about her Uptown Express. Comes out of a much tougher race in the slop and takes an appropriate drop in class. Her Grand Dam was a really nice mare around here, Manor Queen, who won multiple races on the NYRA circuit.
Uptown Express, there she is. She does drop immediately. She was towards the back, asked a little while wide, never really a threat in that race, but as Maggie had mentioned, Can't Hurry Love was the one that wired the field. 3rd place finisher, Funny How, did come back to break her maiden next time out as well. Philly by Upstart, who absolutely could take a step forward versus these.
Yeah, and you know, that one race sometimes puts a horse where they need to be physically as well as mentally. They just, that light bulb goes on. They, oh, I know why I'm here. I've got to jump out of the gate a little bit more aggressively. I got to get some position. And like I said, I'm always digging into these pedigrees. And when I see that a Grand Dam's Manor Queen, who is just a very popular horse on this circuit and a winner, you know, filly that showed up and ran hard every time, Richie O'Connell trained her.
3-2 on your favorite. Meanwhile, we'll meet the rest of the field. Horses stepping onto the track, starting off with Let Me Get It.
Yeah, started on the turf, tried dirt last time. Feels like she's going to have to improve. Tough post, too, from the inside.
Here's Flattering Gal, Irad Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, with 1 start under her belt and draws Irad Ortiz, so you got to pay attention to that. He's winning it better than 25% on the year.
And she's taking a drop in class as well, from 40,000 to 25. Next in the post parade will be the number 4, Katie Gal.
Yeah, Katie Gal's making her 9th start, adds blinkers. Will the blinkers help her show a bit more than she's been showing?
All right, stay with us in the post parade. I guess forgot how to count back there, but here's the 7, Uptown Express, coming up next.
Yeah, a horse that ran maiden allowance, drops to maiden 25, keeps Jose Gomez. I thought she was maybe a possible alternative. I want somebody lightly raced in here.
And naturally, next is the 3, Busy Izzy.
Go back to the 3. Busy Izzy started on turf, now gets to dirt, drops slightly in class, and you get Omar Hernandez Moreno, who won on a big price last time. He's not afraid of 34-1.
Yeah, he just won at 36-1. And now here's the 5, Queen of Flies. We'll get back on track eventually.
Wow, this is some post parade. This is a half the agency who was 2nd in the Best Pal Stakes on the dirt out at Del Mar recently, her younger sibling.
Here's the 6, Power and Glory.
I'm trying to catch up here. Hold on. Yeah, tried turf in 2 of her 4 starts. Would have to improve, I feel.
Here's the 8, 7 went by already. So here's the 8, unqualified.
Yeah, Dylan Davis stays put, drops to the lowest level. Jamie Ryerson certainly could put a horse over at a decent price.
Now we've got some normalcy. Here's the 9, Tough Street.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And we just showed a Michael Dove feature. How many times you come out of a feature with somebody their horse wins?
That's the angle, that's for sure. And to wrap it up, class dropper, turf to dirt, Burn Rosie Burn.
Yeah, I did run on the dirt first time out. Was a distant 3rd. Gets a good outside draw, though, and does have some speed.
You can earn a $15 bonus today by playing with NYRA Bets. Bet $75 each at Belmont at the Big A and Delaware Park today, and you could earn a $15 bonus. What's wrong with that? Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in and play today. We get ready to kick off the late pick 4 here. Tough Street is the favorite. There she is, Manny Franco in the saddle. He's looking for his 3rd win today. As we'll take a look at her most recent effort, final weekend of Saratoga. She was in an entry, and it was her entry mate, though that one was for Rudy Rodriguez, who outfinished her. And it really was, Richie, kind of just those 2 going around the whole time.
Yeah, the 2 that showed speed, and that was a strong pace. You know, for maiden 25s, 22-4, 46. Saratoga, even towards the end of the meet when the track, I think, was a bit faster than it had been early in the meet, that was still legitimate fractions. Do you see anybody, can you identify anybody in here that has her natural speed in here?
No. As we've seen, even to her outside with an aggressive rider like Kendra Carmouche, Burn Rosie Burn, a horse that's shown speed, but that's going longer and on the turf. I think Tough Street is the main pace setter. My question is that even in her 3 races so far, it seems like it doesn't really matter the level of competition, what she's doing. She always seems to come up second a bit. She was one that was acting up pretty badly last time too, in the gate and loading in, really kind of nervous behind the gate as well. So we're seeing Manny Franco keep her a little bit more quiet today too. Maybe she expends some of the energy that she needs for that last little push before the race even happens.
Well, you know, I think you make a good point, though. She's losing ground at the end of all of her races, and that's troubling, and especially now stretching to the 7 furlongs. If I'm looking for an alternative myself, I'm going to go with the 7 Uptown Express because she's dropping out of a much tougher race. You talked about Funny How finished third that day coming back, and she actually won in open company, if I'm not mistaken, her next start. So I think Uptown Express with a race under her belt, drop in class, lightly raced. I think there's more upside at 7-1.
Meanwhile, I mentioned Kendrick Carmouche. He's breaking to the outside. I don't know if his horse is fast enough, but he's very good on the lead, as we saw this weekend in the Knickerbocker, as he went wire to wire with King Cause to pull the upset and pick up a stakes win to wrap up a terrific week that he had here in New York.
Yeah, he started out last week with a 4-win day on Thursday and continued that good riding and that confidence level that certainly was up. And listen, speed is always dangerous. I just don't see the 10 Burn Rosie Burn being able to outfoot the 9 Tough Street drawn right inside of her. So does that put her in the unenviable position of being the one chasing from the outside?
Absolutely could be, and we'll see where she's positioned. But one thing you do know is Kendrick Carmouche. He's riding on a hot hand right now. Is Maggie, his mount, a bit of a price in here, but we always look forward to a Kendrick interview.
I can always keep my fingers crossed as I don't have to do much talking when it comes to a Kendrick post race. But taking a look at his mountain here, Burn Rosie Burn, who returns to the dirt after debuting there. And I actually thought that it was an okay and fine place for her to start her career, and then connections, previous and current, automatically just put her on the turf. Because funnily, ooh, pony acting up there. That wasn't nice. Funny enough, it's a pedigree that could go either way. They've had success on either surface, and she's kind of built that way. And I'm thinking that the 7 furlongs isn't going to hurt her. She's pretty sharp. I don't see her being quite quick enough to, run with Tough Street early. And Kendrick actually, for the most part, kept her with the pony. And usually when Kendrick does that, it's by instruction. So we'll see what she does here. But I did think that dropping in class, she made sense returning to the dirt, going the 7. As number 8, Unqualified, she, as Meg pointed out, ran with Uptown Express in here, who I think we're both going with. But Unqualified, she was a bit nervous in the paddock, and I loved what Dylan Davis did with her. Just really gave her a nice warm-up to expel any of that nervous energy. To me, she does look a bit more turf, and it's funny, the Gormleys that I've seen, it feels like they don't mind a wet track, and she looked as though she absolutely hated it. So she's in search of a surface that she can be competitive on, and maybe at this level she ultimately will be. She moved fine enough over it, and again, Acacia, as you guys pointed out, she's a generous price at 15-1.
We'll see who gets the win here. Maggie, thank you. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A. Up next, here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Burn Rosie Burn, the last one to move into line for this 7th race, field of 10 at 7 furlongs. We are set for the start. And they're off. Awkward beginning there, and a tough to handle number 3, Busy Izzy, and she is at the back. Up front, Uptown Express out for the early lead. Tough Street broke well and runs in 2nd. Queen of Lies is down on the inside in 3rd, being passed there by Power and Glory. Then Burn Rosie Burn on the outside is next in 5th, advancing in between horses. Flattering Gal is up into 6th. Then it is Unqualified in 7th, followed by Let Me Get It next in 8th. It's a big break. Back to KT Gal, and farther back is the trailer in the field, Busy Izzy. 1/4 Uptown Express with the lead here by a head. Tough Street now draws right alongside. So it's Tough Street and Uptown Express. They are heads apart. Just in behind is Burn Rosie Burn. Power and Glory is down at the rail. Queen of Lies is now in 5th, followed by Flattering Gal in 6th. The half in 47 seconds, and Tough Street is now the leader. It is Tough Street in front, and she's getting away from them. Tough Street quickly opens up on the field here. Tough Street with a quick burst there is in front by 8 lengths, and she's going to add to that margin. Tough Street will win here by the length of the stretch under jockey Manny Franco. Eased up at the end, and it is going to be close for second between Rosie Byrne, and Power and Glory.
Tough Street makes it 3 on the day for Manny Franco. 2 on the day, for Manny Franco, as he picks up another win. That speed just too dangerous, and more importantly, Richie, it was the feature angle we had talked about. Mike Dubb and his Silks get right to the winner's circle.
She broke very sharply. Manny indulged the 7 Uptown Express, who showed improved speed, and she widened readily when he asked her. She had an instant response for a filly that had been kind of going backwards or backpedaling the last 1/8 of a mile in most of her races. Well, she finished the deal today and was quite impressive for 25. Maybe she caught the right bunch, but this was by far and away the first time she really finished a race.
She did. She kicked on this filly by Speightster, picking up this victory here to break her maiden in start number 5. You might have noticed at the beginning, and especially important at the start, given the fact that the winner had such early speed. A long shot, yes, but the number 3, Busy Izzy, we did see. So we'll take a look at what happened at the start here. Bumped soundly, and she was then put in a very uncomfortable position and last by several lengths early on as kind of the gap closed around her.
Wow, she really kind of got completely pinched back leaving the gate. Horses, like water, will run to empty space. She didn't break sharp, and then they came together and basically took her right out of the race. And you saw Omar Hernandez Moreno had to get his balance back, kind of bounced off the saddle, did good to stay in the middle of her, but no doubt about the winner here. But rough start for the 3-horse, Busy Izzy. That's the second time, though, she's been squeezed at the break, too.
It is. Needs to get out of the gate a little bit better. Getting out of the gate is no problem for Tough Street, though, and she gets to the winner's circle today. 9, 10, 6, 5 in the 7th, Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices in a bit, and we'll also talk a little bit more about the epic showdown that's waiting for us in the Breeders' Cup Classic. You talk about a horse of a lifetime. We've got 2 potentially this year, Flightline and Life is Good, who are looking to go head-to-head in just a few weeks.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, in the 7th race, Tough Street. It's the easy street for her today, actually. Using her early speed to her advantage, Manny Franco in the saddle as she actually kicked away from this level of competition to break her maiden, Richie.
Yeah, change her to leads right there. Manny shakes the reins at her, asks her for her best, and she just put distance on the field instantaneously. And this was a nice performance for her. Performance we hadn't seen yet from her. It always seemed like she was going the wrong way the last eighth of a mile. Not today. So stretching out actually turned out to be a good thing for Tough Street. And how about Byrne, Rosie Byrne?
Yep.
Hung in gamely for second under Kendrick Carmouche.
Over Power and Glory, it was at 9-10-6, a $3.90 winner. The favorite, the winner in the 7th, as we turn our attention to race number 8, New York bred allowance race, going a mile on the turf. And this is a competitive group coming up here, Richie, as these New York bred allowance races often are. Call Me Harry, currently 5-2, as he wired the field against Open Company last time out with a gaudy figure as well.
Yeah, I mean, he got a big figure. Now, my question about it is he really got to control the pace, and it was a slow pace, and he was always in control of things. Is he going to get that free a ride today? I just wonder if he's not going to have some pressure early.
That'll be the question. Can he repeat that type of effort as he goes back into New York bred company? That's the 8th race coming up, but as we mentioned, the Breeders' Cup Classic is definitely going to be something that you want your popcorn out for, as we have 2 incredibly talented horses, including a Pacific Classic winner, Flightline. He's been handled very carefully. His spots have been chosen cautiously by trainer John Sadler, Richie, but he has just done everything so well. Things did not go his way in the Met Mile. He still won. He got to dictate in the Pacific Classic, but you don't see horses win Grade 1 races like this.
No. I mean, put this kind of separation, win under a pull. I love the fact that he showed he can overcome adversity in the Met Mile, but this was just sheer brilliance.
Showed he could handle more distance as well. As we take a look at a recent workout for him, this is his last workout, going 6 furlongs at Santa Anita on Saturday, a 1:12.2 for this workout. And as is always the case with Flightline, of what I've seen from him, obviously he's based out in California, but it just seems like he always attacks his workouts with so much energy and vigor.
Yeah, he's a horse that trains with intensity. He loves it, enthusiasm. And when I watch workouts, I'm always looking how a horse does things. Time is one barometer, but you got to look at the whole picture. 3/4 and 12.2 is what he goes, 6 furlongs and 1:12.2 is the time of this work. But he looked like he was galloping the first part of this work. He wasn't doing anything. Even here, if you're telling me this horse is coming home in basically 12 seconds or less, I would be shocked. I mean, but he's so efficient. It speaks of his mechanics, how perfect his stride is, how much ground he covers. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Well, going fast comes easily. And look at the way he gallops out. When he dropped the reins and kind of changed his hold, he basically, the 8th after the wire was faster than his 8th before the wire.
Which is incredible as well. Juan Leyva, assistant to John Sadler, a former jockey as well, very successful jockey, was based down in South Florida for a while, moved out to be John's assistant, and he works a lot of his big horses, and I know has been a big piece of bringing Flightline along, too.
Absolutely, and Juan Leyva, a Breeders' Cup winning jockey as well, so a terrific rider that showed not only a good rider, but a good horseman, and he's working for a tremendous horseman in John Sadler.
Well, Flightline, it looks like he's coming in. All systems go into that Breeders' Cup Classic, and the horse waiting in the wings for him, he was pretty good as well. Life is Good. We saw him win the Woodward last time out, Richie. I think if he was coming into this Breeders' Cup off of the Whitney, the conversation would be a little bit different versus what we saw from him in the Woodward. He still won, but it wasn't as flashy. It wasn't a triple-digit buyer speed figure. It wasn't the brilliance we've come to be accustomed with.
Nobody won.
Yes.
He got it done, and it was, at the end of the day, it's a prep race. Now, I think you could define this win as workmanlike. Obviously, it was not dazzling, but he was racing on a off racetrack for the first time. I also feel like he got so relaxed down the backstretch. He almost kind of went to sleep a little bit, and he had to get a wake-up call coming to the quarter pole by Irad Ortiz Jr. So I can understand when you're going to watch the Pacific Classic and go, well, how is Life is Good going to contend with this, especially off of this effort, but Life is Good is fast. Another horse that trains with that enthusiasm. I just think that this was a subpar effort for him, but he still won.
Yes, he did. He absolutely did. And look, Flightline has been dazzling. He's been so impressive. Physically speaking, I mean, I just drool every time I see Life is Good. The way that he is put together he's really a stunning individual and a stunning athlete.
No, he really is, and he's a treat to watch train. You know, watching him this summer up in Saratoga, the way he approaches his workouts and the enthusiasm he trains with. He's a horse that loves what he's doing, and he loves to go fast.
Those two are the two big names we have going into the Breeders' Cup Classic, but it could be a salty field as well, Maggie, with the 3-year-olds waiting in the wings, including Run Happy Travers winner Epicenter.
Acacia, I have mixed emotions when it comes to Epicenter. On the positive end of things, he has run faster than any other 3-year-old has this year, and furthermore, he has been pretty darn consistent. Now, he also had a more taxing, more consistently running campaign than the other 3-year-olds, but now we're just training up to the Breeders' Cup Classic. So that's a fairly lengthy gap that we're not going to see him run for 2 months. And you always wonder, are horses going to thrive on that time away from the races, or are they going to regress? And for me, he's a horse that has thrived on racing. So we'll see how he responds. Plus, obviously, the two that you mentioned standing in his wake as he tries older company for the first time. And then there's the issue of his trainer, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen's record at Keeneland. Now, it's not something I necessarily pay attention to personally, but in the last 5 years, the Asmussen barn has started 337 horses with only 36 winners. That's 11%. This barn is typically up there right around 20%, and it also a negative ROI, and that does include the last time the Breeders' Cup was held at Keeneland, which was in 2020. So it hasn't been a great run for the barn in the last 5 years. Will that add to Epicenter, as he does have a tall task to face as well of tackling the older rivals?
It'll be fun to watch. Maggie thanking some interesting stats there, too, as Epicenter has the likes of fellow 3-year-old Taba, who had a kind of coming out party in the Pennsylvania Derby as well, not to mention some of the others that have been close and been right there. And as far as the top two that we talked about for the Breeders' Cup Classic, they have the same running style as well, which could make things perhaps benefit the likes of an Epicenter.
If both Life is Good and Flightline make it to the Classic, and we hope they do, and we hope everybody gets there healthy and ready to go, I think it benefits Epicenter and maybe some of the other 3-year-olds that can lurk from off the pace, because similar styles could hurt each other, and they have to have a lot of respect for each other. You can't just let the other guy go, because you'll never reel him in. So
if you let a horse like that waltz in front of you, you're not catching him.
Well, you're just going to have a very good view of the race, right? And you're not going to contend. So sometimes the scenario happens where these things really heat up. And when you get two really good, fast horses, that's when you get the kind of speed duels that we used to get years ago.
Well, I hope it's the two of them neck and neck coming down to the wire, because that'll be pretty cool. Exciting.
Yeah.
Breeders' Cup Classic. I hope they both get there healthy, as you said, and we have a top class field that it looks like it should be. Turning our attention back to these New York Reds here on the turf in this 8th race coming up next, though. This is this two other than New York Red allowance, and 2-1 currently on Call Me Harry, who fired the field last time out against Open Company. He's going back into this New York bred condition as he faced fellow New York breds 2 starts back without showing speed, but that was sprinting. Is he a different horse? Is he going to be able to dictate the pace? We'll find out. We'll talk more about the Thursday feature from Belmont at the Big A after this break.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
As always, you can check out nybreds.com and continue to support and learn more about the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. A group of salty New York breds is in our spotlight for race number 8, our feature on the day. Belmont at the Big A, going a mile on the turf. There's Call Me Harry, claimed by Joe Sharp 2 starts back, and he was immediately rewarded with that win last time out. Can he repeat it today as he's your favorite? Let's get a paddock report on this group of New York breds from Maggie.
And Acacia, if you were tuned into the show a bit earlier, Javier Castellano, when he got his second win on the car, immediately said to me, I'm really looking forward to Call Me Harry later, as he ran really well when stretching out for Joe Sharp first off the claim. And it's kind of ironic. I feel like Joe, with his turf horses, has had most of his success when he turns horses back. And that's not the case with Call Me Harry. Now, I will say that Saratoga course, especially around that time of the meet, was playing kindly to horses that had speed or inside trips, in which he had both of. Now, I also was a little bit skeptical about him running in front wraps only, but after talking to Connections, I kind of get it. He's a horse that, for whatever reason, his mechanics, sometimes he will kind of cut into himself with his hind legs, eclipsing his front legs. So they're just there for protection, to prevent that from happening. And really, I like the fact that he's, with age, just gotten so much more laid back. So that disposition does lend itself well to getting the mile here. And furthermore, I think he's even put on more weight and conditioning out of that last race and could have moved forward here for the barn. As we'll check in with number 1, Straw into Gold, as I was mentioning, that inner turf course, especially with the rails down as it was on August 11th. Just a lot kinder to inside trips, and this guy, Straw into Gold, had a very outside trip. He was at least 3 to 4 wide the entire way around there, and was just never able to make up any ground. As Ghost Giant, he rode the rail the whole way, and this Straw into Gold, yes, it's kind of a weird short comment. It says flop leads. He was switching his leads back and forth, but when turf horses do that, it really doesn't bother me as much. It's really them just trying to find more energy, and you could almost look at Straw into Gold's face and saying, he was switching his leads back and forth, saying, why can't I make up any more ground? And it really wasn't his fault. He always looks sensational, and I'd really be willing to forgive him for that last performance. As number 6, Saratoga Flash, comes in here off of a win against Lesser, but a really impressive win for the previous Connections, and Tally Lynch picking him up. He looks great here, and he's sharp too. Not that he's a horse that, necessarily is going to be that forwardly placed, but I like the effort he comes in off of. He looks great here in the paddock. We'll see what he does back in against New York bred Allowance Company. Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Stepping up off that condition-claiming win up at the Spa. A nice claim for Tally Lynch, as she does have the opportunity to run him back in amongst New York breds. 2 to 1, though, on Call Me Harry, as we'll meet the rest of the field, starting with the horse that had that wide trip, Richie Straw into Gold.
Well, he gets a good inside draw here. Gets Manny Franco, who was aboard for a good second-place finish last time they were united.
Call Me Harry is next. Can he repeat that effort?
Listen, if he gets to control things the way he did last time on the front end, he's going to be very, very tough to beat, and it was a good effort.
Here's a 3, Catch That Party. He's been in tremendous form lately.
Tremendous form, more of a deep closing type. He'd like to see somebody put a little pressure on Call Me Harry.
Next is Clickatat. He's 3-1 on the move back to New York Bred Company.
And he also stretches back out in distance where, coming out of sprints, maybe he can put more pressure, show some speed.
Here's that new claim, Saratoga Flash.
Yeah, big closing kick last time. Instead of stalking, he came from well out of it.
Bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. And here's the 7, Frontline Dancer.
Yeah, Frontline Dancer just feels like he'd have to improve a little bit, at least from speed figures, to compete here. But it is Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr.
And for once, you're actually getting them at a bit of a price, 5-1 on that duo at the moment. The number 2, Call Me Harry, your favorite, though. He was able to wire last time out, and they took the blinkers off as well and stretched him out in distance. So pretty clear when Joe Sharp claimed this horse. He had a plan with him, and as you mentioned, he was able to wire the field pretty comfortably, and he had a lot of energy right at the beginning and was able to sustain that throughout.
Yeah, and you could see the instant response that Javier Castellano got this day when he asked him to run off the corner. He quickened up, and even he jumped back to his left lead there. Maggie talks about it. It is less of a concern on the turf. It's just horses reaching for so much more ground. I think the key to the race is what happens with the 5, Clickatat. If he shows speed coming out of sprints, maybe he puts enough pressure on the 2, Call Me Harry. Even Saratoga Flash at times has shown speed, but they kind of completely reversed his running style last time and took him from well back. He also was bumped at the start, so he gets away clean. Does he put himself in a better position? I think Straw Into Gold is the horse I want to look hard at because the inside draw.
Saratoga Flash, meanwhile, as he was pretty antsy in the gate last time, he broke okay and then was bumped on either side, but just closing with a flurry out there in the white blinkers with the best momentum late to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, you see he turned for home in behind horses. He was able to edge out to the clear, and he just mowed the field over. Now, he did get better pace to run at 23:48 as compared to the 25:49 and change that Call Me Harry got to lay down last time going a mile. The key to the race is early. Call Me Harry gets to gallop to the lead. He's going to lead them on a merry chase. If someone riles him up and keeps him a little bit honest early, could change the complexion of the race.
Number 5, Clickatat, intriguing as he does stretch out in distance. He won going 7 furlongs, 2 starts back at Belmont in this condition. He's in for the $45,000 claiming tag today, so able to run in this condition and this field. He used to show a lot more speed. This race 2 starts back came from a little bit more of a stalking spot.
Yeah, he did, and you keep an eye. The horse just to his inside is Straw Into Gold, and they kind of rally in unison here, right? But I also think that Straw Into Gold's going to appreciate the extra furlong more than Clickatat might, and also Clickatat's the one who might have to do the dirty work here to keep the 2 Call Me Harry honest. So just because of those factors, I think Straw Into Gold projects to sit the better trip with that coveted pocket position.
And it's interesting, last time, even sprinting and off of a bit of a layoff, first time for Linda Rice, Clickatat, you can even see it in the running lines. He broke on top. He broke sharpest of all when going 6 furlongs sprinting, and then was taken back and made a little bit of a run to finish 4th that day. But he's a horse that does have some natural early foot. Could make things a little bit interesting as far as the number 1 Straw Into Gold does go. As Maggie had mentioned, I mean, he was 2-3 wide really throughout the race, never able to get to the rail under Joel Rosario that day as well. And it's a race, I think, that actually, when you watch it, is better than it appears on paper.
Well, that's it. You have to be so much the best to be caught wide through the entirety of a turf race to win. And it doesn't mean horses won't win being wide. They're just that much better than the horses. But in a competitive race, you need to save ground. Turf racing is all about saving ground. I love his draw. I think having the inside post, which he hasn't had in a long time.
I have to say, this is the most relaxed I think I've ever seen Straw Into Gold. He can be a little bit of a quirky type of horse. But for more on the rest of this field, let's go back trackside to Maggie.
He's gray, Acacia. those gray horses. But yeah, no, relax. It's a really quiet day here, so I'm sure that the atmosphere is helping him kind of hold that bad habit at bay. But I do want to talk about Clickatat in here. Now, I was very skeptical of him two-back in going the 7 furlongs, but I was definitely wrong that day. But again, I posed skepticism with him going 6. And furthermore, he just didn't look that good coming in off the layoff back here on September 17th. He lacked some conditioning. His coat looked a bit dull and drab. Well, all that's gone away having that race under his belt. And I thought it was a better race than what it looked like because he was so far back despite, yes, that early nice break, but he just is not quick enough to keep pace going 6. He's quick enough to keep pace going a mile, and he got a huge warm-up. And like I said, in that race, it was basically an affair where the pace held together. You know, the 1, 2, 3 finishers were kind of running 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack, just in reverse order. So Clickatat here poses a serious threat to your favorite because he's moved forward having the 1 race under his belt, and he's going to be a pace presence as Jose Lezcano isn't one who necessarily gives aggressive warm-ups all the time, and he definitely gave Clickatat one today. Acacia.
Good to know, Maggie. Thank you. Could make things a little bit interesting as far as your favorite does go. And in fact, the number 3, Catch That Party, is actually co-favored with the 2, Call Me Harry. Now, we haven't talked much about him. Richie, Catch That Party, who's been in great form for Mike Maker. He has the exact opposite running style to Call Me Harry as he comes from very far back.
Yeah, I mean, he's a deep closer, and he's been doing it very successfully. But he's also gotten, at least last time he got a legitimate pace. Time before he overcame a slow pace to get it done. So, you know, he does have a turn of foot, and he's a good closer. Dylan Davis has been riding well all year, 150 wins on the year for Dylan. That's a breakout year for him. That's the most wins by far he's ever had in one year.
Been fun to follow as well. Co-favorite now at 5-2. Catch That Party. There is Straw into Gold as he will load first. Call Me Harry, still your favorite. Showed that early speed last time out. How will the pace materialize in this upcoming 8th race? Again, mile on the turf for the New York Breds, and it's a fun group, Richie, too. As you mentioned, the strength of the New York Bred program, and I think it's on display with these here, many of whom have shown that they can be competitive and successful against open company.
It's incredible, the evolution of New York Bred since when I first came around, and you could really distinguish a New York Bred from, let's say, a Kentucky Bred. It's just not the case anymore, and they're able to compete on an international level, on a grade 1 level. The strides for the New York breeding program should be applauded by all these men and women that have dedicated themselves to improving the breed in the state of New York.
New York Breds in the spotlight in this 8th race. John and Brielle, another New York Bred, standing by with the call.
Clickatat moves in, waiting now for Saratoga Flash and Frontline Dancer. A field of 6 going 1 mile on the inner turf. Frontline Dancer completes the line, and we are set. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start there for number 3, Catch That Party, and he trails. It is Call Me Harry who has the early lead. Clickatat in the orange blinkers runs in second. Saratoga Flash on the outside, and a Straw into Gold down at the rail. They're heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Frontline Dancer is next in 5th, and Catch That Party, the early trailer, in 6th. They go around the clubhouse turn. Call Me Harry sets the pace, leads here by 1.5 lengths through a quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds, and now they're on the back stretch. It is Call Me Harry with the lead. Clickatat runs in second. Straw into Gold down at the rail, and on the outside is Saratoga Flash. Then Frontline Dancer in 5th, a 6 lengths off the pace, and the trailer, Catch That Party. As they continue along, Call Me Harry continues to lead. The lead is 2 lengths, ran the half in 48 and 4. Call Me Harry in front, just in behind. Straw into Gold down at the rail. And then Clickatat, followed on the far outside by Saratoga Flash, who begins to gain some ground. Frontline Dancer is in 5th. Catch That Party remains the trailer. Midway around the turn, Call Me Harry has been in front right from the start and continues to lead. Straw into Gold, Clickatat, Saratoga Flash, those three all giving chase. Call Me Harry in front, Straw into Gold now cutting into that lead. It is Call Me Harry, Straw into Gold on the outside. Call Me Harry with another gear here, and Call Me Harry gets away again. Then Straw into Gold and a late run from Catch That Party, but Call Me Harry is a front-running winner under Javier Castellano, who picks up his third win today.
Call Me Harry back in with New York Breds. It gets another win, makes it 2 for 2 since being claimed by Joe Sharp.
He got very comfortable up on the lead again. Klickitat tried to put some moderate pressure early, just wasn't fast enough. He was on the chase, and Call Me Harry got comfortable, took a big challenge from the one, Straw into Gold, turning for home, and just kicked away from, had a quick turn of foot there. And then it got desperate close for second here late. Straw into Gold, and the hesitant beginning from Catch That Party. Calling Straw into Gold, hung on?
I think he held on, yeah, I think so. But no doubt about the winner, the number 2, Call Me Harry, who's in great form right now. Javier Castellano told Maggie he was excited to ride this one back, and for good reason, as he was able to get comfortable on the front end yet again. And we talked about the swapping of leads, and here's a great illustration of it with Straw into Gold as he kind of goes then back out to his right lead, and that's something that he often does, and Manny Franco having to correct him there in the stretch.
Yeah, he jumped back to his left lead, then he helped him back onto his right lead, and he was able to just barely hold on to second. And Catch That Party kind of hurt his chances leaving the starting gate, a hesitant beginning for him, but he finished with a lot of courage. But they've done a good job. Call Me Harry blinkers off, stretching out, gets very comfortable on the lead, and a tough horse to get by because he's got that quick turn of foot.
The gelding, who always had some talent and is putting it on display here, getting another win. Call Me Harry with the victory. Javier Castellano in the saddle, 2-1-3-7 in the 8th. Belmont at the Big A. Good group of New York Breds, and one that's in very good form right now. Makes it 2 wins in a row. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing!
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
The Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton. Nearly 1,600 cataloged, including a multitude of yearlings by the nation's top 20 sires. Kentucky October grads have won or placed in over 200 stakes this year, including recent Grade 1 winners Goodnight Olive, Jack Christopher, and Pennsylvania Derby winner Taba. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2022. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 24th through 27th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and our regional networks, as we just saw a very in-form New York bred, Call Me Harry, call him a winner, picks up another victory and the third one today for Javier Castellano.
It's so comfortable on the lead, and watch when Javier asks him a little bit here. He gets that challenge from Straw into Gold, and just kicks away. As soon as he switches his right lead, you see him ask him, and now he's going to find more Surrender Gold's going to jump back to his left lead there. Call Me Harry is good, and they found out maybe his niche, what he wants to do, in race dominated by inside post.
Turns
2
out.
over the 1.
Turns out he's a turf miler, if nothing else. $6.90 winner over Straw into Gold. Catch that party with the slow beginning closing, and we'll have to settle for third. We'll take a look at what's going on with the late pick 5. Hope you're still alive. There was a generous pool, and Game Theory was a generous price throughout the sequence there. $74 winner for sure. Tough Street, the shortest price in the sequence. This could be some nice returns going into the last race.
Had to come up with Game Theory.
Yeah, that's for sure. Good luck if you're still alive. There's one more race to go. It's sprinting on the turf in the nightcap, a $35,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life, and a very wide open board. Tepid favorite at 3-1 is the number 7 Vocalize, taking a drop in class for Linda Rice. When we come back, though, we'll talk about what one photographer is doing to keep the history of the sport alive, Barbara Livingston, and her endeavor to preserve the images of photographer Jim Raftery.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sakura appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. There's like 4,600 windows in the stallion barn. They can look outside, and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions were all raised and broke and trained here.
Sakura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
An absolutely beautiful place, Hillendale at Alapa. If you haven't had the opportunity to go, could not recommend it enough. And our program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Well, one photographer, the renowned Barbara Livingston, has made it her goal to preserve a little piece of history in the sport of horse racing. A longtime photographer, Jim Raftery, left behind a true legacy that Barbara is working to make sure can be enjoyed for generations to come.
Barbara, you recently acquired all of Jim Raftery's photos, his whole collection. For somebody who has been taking photos your entire life, why did you do that?
I grew up looking at Mr. Raftery's work, and just his name was revered. Any place near me, don't say anything bad about Mr. Raftery, because he helped to form the person I am, with not only just his race finishes, winner's circles, that kind of photograph, which is necessary for history, but because he would go beyond that, and he was an artist, and he would take photographs of the horses where I almost felt like I was touching their soft noses, or of the riders where I felt like I was friends with them at the dinner table. And so for years, I finally found out about where the family lived in Miami, and I just kept telling them how much I thought of their father and grandfather, depending who I was speaking with. And then finally, they were willing to let it go on to the next generation, to the next person. And obviously, I won't be keeping them forever. I'm just the steward for now. But I just wanted to do my best to protect them, to get the work out there, because I think a lot of people have lost a sense of the beauty of the history of our sport and of each horse and each person. And so, we made a deal. I drove down, I got a U-Haul down there, a 15-foot U-Haul, which is huge, by the way. And brought them all back up to near Saratoga to start working on them, chronicling them, just making sure they're protected until they go on to the next place, which will probably be the Keeneland Library.
He runs with quick, short, sharp strides, not the classic flowing locomotion of the rangier kind.
But at the end of the day, why? Like, what's the reward for you? It's not financial. What is it that drove you to do this?
I have such respect for what he did, and it's an incredible breadth of work. I had no idea even, and I knew how great he was, but I didn't know just the sheer quantity, racetrack after racetrack, 8, 9, 10 racetracks at different times, 40, 50 years of chronicling every detail that he could. I mean, that included security guards and signs at the track, and people's children, and everything, just everything that he thought was worth preserving for history's sake. When you own a lamp, you own the pictures on the walls, and you die, they just go on to the next generation at whatever crappy lawn sale you might have, for a quarter, $1, whatever, and they remain like they were. But with the negative collection, it almost doesn't exist until it comes back to life. Like they're dormant. they're little cocoons, and you bring them out and you turn them back into the butterflies they were when they were first created by a master craftsman.
Seabiscuit by 3. Seabiscuit is the winner by 4 lengths. And you never saw such a wild crowd. Seabiscuit the winner by 4 lengths.
I love that feature and everything that Barbara Livingston is doing. I know that it's not so much now, but she was tweeting out a lot of the photos that she would come across as well, and it was so fun to have the opportunity to look back on some of those and some of those features that she shares, those photos of Jim Raftery, and you see so much history of the game right there in front of your eyes.
Well, just incredible. What a treasure trove. And I was in the storage facility with her we'd open a random box and come across different negatives and go, oh my gosh, there's, Ruffian when she won the stake at Monmouth, whatever it was, as a 2-year-old. It was so hard for me because this is what she's done her whole life, accumulated all of her own photos, an incredible, photographer.
Yeah.
That she would take this undertaking. I had a hard time, like, why? I wanted to know why. Inquiring minds want to know.
We give him a hard time. Greg Wolf loves to give him a tough time about Richie asking why, but you got to the meat of the story, and it's really incredible. As we take a look at some of Jim Raftery's photos in the Hall of Fame, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, and just truly wonderful that we get a chance to highlight those. My favorites are some of the ones from Hialeah back in the day as well that are in there. So cool to see.
It really is, and to have that recorded history of places like Hialeah.
Yeah.
And, I had an interaction with Mr. Raftery with Meadowlands. I got off a horse early before he finished taking the win photo. And he came to me the next day and said, those win pictures are very important to a lot of people, and you are disrespecting their effort to get to that Windsor. And I felt so bad, and I never, ever did anything but comply with whatever the photographers wanted. I was just a kid, probably a little too cocky, a little tired, riding night and day, but he was a gentleman that taught me a lesson.
So happy we have the opportunity to see those memories preserved. Big thanks to Barbara Livingston for all that she has done and continues to do in preserving so much history of the game through the eyes of Jim Raftery. Belmont at the Big A, the nightcap, sprinting on the turf in this claiming race, and a pretty wide open board still. So let's head down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
And Acacia, we'll check in with your favorite, your second choice right now, who is dropping down in class. Showing up for the tag for the first time is number 6, Swashbuckle, in here. Look, he fits well with this group, and I like the fact that obviously he comes back here going the 6, but he's a horse that's never really gone on physically. He kind of looks the same as what he did as a 2-year-old. But again, like I said, at this level with these conditions, it doesn't bother me that much. And he is really, really fit in here. I just thought there were some more interesting options, and people attracted to number 7, Vocalize. Okay, fine. But I did think he got an optimal trip last time and was just 4th best that day. So I'm going to take a look at a horse coming in from the Mid-Atlantic. That's the Irish bred number 2, Science. He was, yes, he is stepping up a little bit in class here, to be fair, but he was outrun a bit early, and then he was full of run in the stretch. There was an incident where a horse clipped heels. He was kind of right behind that, and literally the jock was standing up in the irons, and I mean, just checking this horse repeatedly, in the shadow of the wire. So I think that with the 6, it actually plays favorably into his hands. He looks sensational here for trainer Mike Gorm. Now, I'm not, obviously, I don't know this horse that well, but he does wear some interesting equipment. He actually has on a full cheek snaffle, is what we call it. So it's the bit where there's kind of an extension on the sides of it that keeps it, in place, and it is one that will give the rider a little bit more leverage. He does also wear a burr, which is a plastic piece of rubber affixed to the outside of the horse's cheek with either, kind of like little bristles or bristles. So when the rider pulls on the opposite rein, if a horse is starting to lean in that direction, it will apply more pressure and prevent them from doing so. So it's a little bit of an apprehensive suggestion with that equipment, but still, I like the race he comes in off of, and I like his appearance here in the paddock. And same thing goes for number 5, Town of Gold. I'm not really sure why they opted to try the dirt last time, but I thought his last effort on the turf at Delaware, he faced 3 next time out winners. About Today, Zero Mid, Nuclear Option, 87, 86, 90, albeit with Nuclear Option on the dirt, but a live race in which it held together from the pace standpoint, and he was one that was running on a bit down the lane. Now, I think this is an easier field that he meets here for Jorge Duarte, who we've seen continuously. While they're not maybe winning, they're running well as horses, and this guy fits so well with this group. And Acacia, he's definitely a turf sprinter looking at that big pie-shaped foot that he has on him.
Could be back in the right spot. Maggie, thank you. Town of Gold currently 10-1 as the number 7 Vocalize is your favorite at 5-2. Wide open race. In the nightcap, we'll have the finale from Belmont at the Big A after this quick break on America's Day at the Races. One more to go. Stick around for it after this break.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Nightcap from Belmont at the Big A coming up next. We'll meet the field, starting with a horse trying the turf for the first time in a while. Here is Merchants of Cool.
Yeah, a horse that was very good on synthetic, tried the turf once and would have to improve off of that effort.
He is a big price on the board at 24-1. Next will be the #2, Science.
Maggie talked about this horse's plethora of equipment and a horse that had to run into traffic last time, was stymied late in traffic, has to work out a trip.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on there as far as his equipment does go. The #4 will be next. Here's El Mayor.
Yeah, horse turning back in distance, has run 7 furlongs on turf in the past without success.
This post freight's out of order, too. Here's the 3, Loaded Joe.
A good win the other day for Greg DePreme or Jess Iglesias with Scotty. Let's see how this guy does.
Town of Gold going back to the turf.
Yeah, getting back to the turf and has some races in the past that would be at least somewhat competitive.
Dylan Davis climbs aboard Swashbuckle.
Obviously, the horse to beat, dropping in class, has been consistent, like Dylan getting aboard.
Another class dropper. Here's a Vocalize.
Another class dropper who's coming off some very good turf sprint efforts.
Was the beneficiary of a DQ, only to be DQ'd himself at Colonial 2 starts back. Here's the number 8, True Believe.
Way too big a price. This horse is second last time, only turf try out of a graded stakes winning turf runner. Too big a price.
Here is Red Mule stepping up in class.
Stepping up in class, has closed off of some sharp pace races at Monmouth.
Next will be Veterans Beach.
Yeah, another one of those Generazio breds that have entertained us for a long while. Drawn outside, we'll have to work out a trip. Don't like those outside posts on turf in turf racing.
Blinkers going on, the gelded son of Big Brown. That's the field for the 9th race here. As we take a look at the number 6, Swashbuckle. Here's his race 2 starts back when he was beaten just ahead at Belmont. That was behind Surprise Boss. And last time out, he was kind of in that chasing spot behind Wire to Wire King Angelo. But he's run some good races, including this one with an 88 buyer.
Yeah, listen, he's very competitive. He's tough. I like him a little better when he gets that kind of pocket trip. He gets a little covered up. He doesn't run as free, 2-3 wide around the whole turn. Those are the horses that get caught up when the race heats up. And it looked like he was going to fight this horse off all the way to the last couple of strides. But that's a tough turf trip. When you're the one caught in that pursuing role, especially 2 or 3 wide.
As he hasn't raced since the end of July, so a little bit of a freshening for him as he does take a drop in class, and it's been a while since he's seen the winner's circle, so a logical next spot for him. There is Vocalize again. Montatham was disqualified back in August. He was able to be elevated to first and then cross the wire first at Colonial 2 back to be disqualified. He too drops in class after they added the blinkers last out.
A horse that's always involved in some kind of drama, but he's been in very good form, turf sprinting. And, he was a beneficiary. Montatham had to come down that day. He caused an accident at the top of the stretch. But it didn't affect him. He just basically got lucky and backed into the victory.
He did, as he's a horse that's overall relatively consistent, was claimed for $50,000 in a non-winners of 2 race, so it does make sense taking a drop in class here after he's been good to his connections. This is an interesting race as those are the 2 taking the most of the money. The number 9, Red Mule, I thought a little interesting, Richie. He's stepping up in class. Some Irad Ortiz money on this one?
Well, anytime Irad is aboard a horse, he's going to attract attention. The guy is just riding too good to ignore.
Leading jockey right now, but an interesting race to wrap up the day as we go back to Maggie.
I feel like the board looks as it should now, Acacia. I mean, Swashbuckle has just, prior to his last start, consistently run faster than many of these in here. He's the horse to beat. I really don't have any problems with him, and I do foresee him being a likely winner in here. Yes, maybe there's some intangibles that you don't necessarily like, but the horse that was vying for favoritism with him, Vocalize, I thought, okay, it was an allowance race last time at Monmouth. He ran well, but he got an optimal trip, saving ground the entire way. And look, he looks healthy. He warmed up fine. Jose Lascano's kept him moving out there. He probably wants him to be fairly forward in here. He's fine. But I just feel like Swashbuckle is just the right favorite in this group, as we'll take a look at a horse that Richie brought up as being far too big of a price, and I would have to agree with number 8 in here, True Believe. Yes, it was a good good setup for him. Immortalization did wire the field, and he kind of sat behind the pace that day. But this is one of the best times I've seen this horse look. Furthermore, he's a horse that in the past has worn a lot of somewhat severe equipment. All of that's been taken off. I think he's interesting. And at 19-1 versus the horse who he beat, Veterans Beach, at 9-1, I'd much rather take a True Believe in this spot, guys.
19-1, a very generous price. Maggie, thank you. True Believe, who ran pretty well behind the horse that you could say was really the one to beat last time out, behind Immortalization. And I thought he looks like a turf horse too. His one turf race was definitely his best figure to date too.
by far and away his best race, moving up in company, trying the turf for the first time by Nefriti, who is a graded stakes winner over in Europe. Didn't have an ideal trip. Listen, I think the 6 is going to be very, very tough to beat, but I think at 18-1, the 8 True Believe is worth a look.
Maggie going with the number 5, Town of Gold, who goes back to the turf. And as far as his turf races are concerned, too, I know that he did run for a claiming tag last time out on the dirt. This is a drop as far as his turf races are concerned, as we see Kendrick Carmouche getting a leg back up to Science. Given all of that equipment, maybe he's a little bit of a quirkier type.
Yeah, I would think so. And when you ride a horse for the first time that has all this equipment on, and you've never really had experience with the horse, it's a moment for pause. You know, am I going to be able to, control this horse in tight quarters? And you're almost riding a little defensively.
Kendrick's so good with the ones that tend to drift, though. He's probably a very good fit for that horse as well. Into the gate for the nightcap, Belmont at the Big A. One more time today, we go up to track announcer John Brielle with the call.
And they're all in for race 9. And they're off from the extreme outside. Veterans Beach sprints to the early lead. Loaded Joe came away racing in second. And then it is Swashbuckle next in third. On his outside is True Believe next in fourth, followed by Town of Gold in fifth. About 2 lengths to Vocalize in sixth. Science is in seventh, followed by El Mayor in eighth. It's 4 lengths to the 2 trailers, Red Mule and Merchants of Cool. Veterans Beach ran the opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Veterans Beach hounded now by Swashbuckle, the favorite right there on the outside of Veterans Beach. And then 2 lengths to True Believe in third. Loaded Joe down on the inside runs in fourth, followed by Town of Gold, then Science, and on the far outside is a Vocalize. They now head for home. Here is a Swashbuckle to take a narrow lead, quickly challenged on the outside by True Believe. True Believe and Swashbuckle, they are right together. Veterans Beach back running in third. Town of Gold is coming on now, along with Science on the extreme outside. There's a 16th to the finish. It is True Believe, Swashbuckle, Science, and in between horses, Town of Gold. The 4 of them hit the wire together. A blanket finish in the finale.
I don't know who got that photo. The 4 of them coming down to the wire together. It was between the 6, Swashbuckle, the 8, True Believe at a big price. The 5, Town of Gold was closing, and on the far outside was the 2, Science. It looked like Swashbuckle, who ran a tremendous race and came back inside, was going to have his head down at the wire, but did he get the bob, Richie? It's all about who has their nose
got
down
the bob.
first. That was a tremendous race from these 4.
And I think the 5 horse got all the bob for second, beating out the 8, who I was looking at my exacta 6'8" here, so happy. And it just got very, very desperate late. It's all about whose nose. I think Swashbuckle got the best of the bob on the inside to get the win. Very close for second and third.
You can see all of those noses coming down to the wire. Number 6, Swashbuckle, it looks like held on in the photo as he kind of made that early move to attack the pace setter there, Richie, and then had the cavalry coming after him.
Well, what an entertaining race. I mean, you had 5 horses in the frame inside the 8th pole, and it was noses up and down on the wire. Dylan Davis contributing a strong finish here. And, yep, Town of Gold did get up for second. True Believe got nose there. Oof. That would have been a nice exacta.
He ran a big race for sure. And Richie's Naira bets accounts would have been happy, too. Maggie's top pick at 12-1. Town of Gold running a huge race there to finish second. 4 of them with their noses down to the wire. Official order of finish, or I should say still unofficial, but as posted, 6-5-8-2. Swashbuckle with the win there as That made it exciting to wrap up the day as far as the live racing is concerned. A lot coming up this weekend, including the Sands Point on Saturday. Grade 2, so take a look at the field. A mile and an eighth does feature, Richie, the return of Bobby Flay's Pizza Bianca, her first start since trying the coronation at Royal Ascot.
Yeah, and a real good run before that in the Hilltop. I like her that they take her back. She comes with a furious finish and was not disgraced over at Royal Ascot. Had plenty of time to recover from that, so it's exciting to see her back for a fall campaign.
We'll look forward to seeing her back here on Saturday. We have stakes action to look forward to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Richie and I will not be in New York on Saturday, but you can still catch us on America's Day at the Races as we're heading over to Far Hills, New Jersey. Looking forward to seeing the Grand National and all of the great racing there.
Really looking forward to it. Love steeplechase racing, love the horse people there, and looks like we're going to get good weather too occasionally.
I think so. Joe Clancy will be on air with us. Meanwhile, Swashbuckle Valiant in his effort to get the win. Trainer Christophe Clement with the victory. Dylan Davis in the saddle with Swashbuckle. The four of them down to the wire. You can check out Naira Bets for official prices when they are posted from the nightcap. Thanks so much for joining us today. Been a lot of fun sharing the desk with you as always, Richie.
Yeah, it was great, and we got out of the rain. We were inside. So
I know. Maggie toughed it out downstairs as always. For Maggie Wolfendale, Richard Migliore, I'm Acacia Clement. Thank you so much for joining us as we saw some great racing today, including the Inform New York bred Call Me Harry, who was able to wire the field once again, making it 2 in a row since being claimed by Joe Sharp. We'll look forward to seeing the Glen Cove tomorrow. Can Poppy Flower get back to the winner's circle for trainer Bill Mott after a disappointing effort last time out? We'll see you tomorrow on America's Day at the Races.